haunted places have a story to tell. It can be tragic, it can be scary, and it can be very dangerous. This is Colin Browen, and these are the Paranormal Files.
So, it's pretty obvious in America nowadays. Oh, there's a wasp on the microphone. Jesus, that thing's scary.
If you hear any buzzing.
What do we do? Oh, Jesus!
He's fine. Yeah, it's okay. Look, he's right. That's all right. He's not hurting anybody.
Fuck.
He's okay. Where'd it go?
Okay.
He just came right at me, man.
It's pretty obvious that Confederate monuments are a bit stigmatized in America nowadays, right?
Oh, yeah.
And, I mean, obviously it is a bit problematic when these monuments that were built, a lot of times in the segregationist eras, are constructed in public. A lot of times they're meant to fearmonger, you know?
Oh, yeah.
How do you even deal with that history? How do you go about preventing future racism and whatnot?
Not like this.
It just makes me wonder. I've seen a lot of weird Confederate monuments. What is the biggest Confederate monument in the United States?
I don't know.
Well, actually, I do know. It's, we're staring at it right now. Interesting. Our journey into seeking the spirits of the South both begins and ends here at Stone Mountain in Georgia, a highly controversial sculpture known as America's largest Confederate monument. There have been many anti-Stone Mountain protests over the years, but nonetheless, regardless of how many people disagree with what the mountain represents, there it sits in all of its 820 feet of glory. The enormous rock relief sculpture found on the mountain depicts a scene of men on horseback, specifically Confederate leaders Jefferson Davis, Robert E. Lee, and Stonewall Jackson. Now you may be asking yourself, this monument is huge, but what makes it different or more controversial than the others found in and around Georgia? Well, this story is dark. Back in 1914, a woman named Mrs. Helen C. Plain, a charter member of the United Daughters of the Confederacy, wanted a monument erected to the Confederacy on or near Stone Mountain, and a plan was hatched to carve the monument directly into the side of the mountain. It should be noted that at the time, Stone Mountain was owned by a man named Sam Venable, an active and powerful member of the Ku Klux Klan. In 1914, a year after the plan was proposed to turn Stone Mountain into a memorial, the Ku Klux Klan held a grand ceremony on top of the mountain. That ceremony, led by a preacher named William J. Simmons, who would eventually become the leader of the entire Ku Klux Klan, was meant to represent the rebirth of the group in its second incarnation. The group of members on the mountain that night included two elderly members of the original Klan. As part of the group's ceremony, they set up on the summit an altar covered with a flag, opened a Bible, and burned a 16-foot cross. To sum this up, the rebirth of the Ku Klux Klan literally took place on top of Stone Mountain before the monument was even created. Now, remember the woman, Helen Plain, who I told you fought to get the Stone Mountain Confederate Memorial created? Well, she and many of the other supporters of the project had very close Klan associations, and she even told sculptors that she wanted Klansmen to be depicted in the carving on the mountain. She stated at one time in writing that the Klan, quote-unquote, saved us from Negro domination and carpetbag rule. That is just incredibly disgusting to read. But as we continue on, as you can already tell, Stone Mountain was a symbol of white supremacy and racism far before the carving of Confederates on its side was completed. But the dark history of this place is still far from over. It was in the 1910s when Helen Plain chose a man named Gutzon Borglum to lead the project. Gutzon had joined the KKK for their cross-burning ceremony atop the mountain, and in the past had spewed some pretty dark racist rhetoric against everyone from Native Americans to Jewish people. Gutzon didn't really get along with the people he was working on the project with, and it moved slowly. Almost a decade after the project began, Gutzon was fired, and after finding this out, he took an axe and destroyed all of the models and designs that he had made for the project. Authorities in Georgia attempted to capture and arrest Gutzon, but he fled to another state. A few years later, and this is shocking, Gutzon Borglum would go on to be the man that created Mount Rushmore in South Dakota. It's absolutely insane that he created one of America's most recognizable monuments and was such a trash person. They definitely don't tell you that he was in the KKK and the Mount Rushmore Museum. Anyways, construction of the Stone Mountain Monument stopped in 1928, and it wasn't until 1941 when the segregationist governor of Georgia got work started again. But it was quickly halted once again as the U.S. got involved in World War II. In 1958, segregationist Governor Marvin Griffin was elected to office. While Marvin ran for governor, he told constituents that he planned to uphold segregation in the wake of Brown v. Board of Education, and that he would finally finish Stone Mountain. Wow. So, after being elected, Marvin pushed the Georgia legislature to approve a measure to purchase Stone Mountain at a price of $1.125 million. The Confederate carving was dedicated in 1970, and the work on the monument was finished in 1972. Now, you may be thinking, how could this get any worse? Well, it does. Did you know that Stone Mountain is actually a theme park and resort? Stone Mountain Park, which shockingly is Georgia's most visited tourist attraction, officially opened on April 14, 1965. 100 years to the day of Lincoln's assassination. Ouch. When it was initially opened, Stone Mountain Park grew into a neo-Confederate theme park, complete with a plantation house, whitewashed versions of antebellum life, and a Gone with the Wind museum. While a lot of these features were eventually removed from the park, there are still remnants of this subtle racism found throughout the property. To this day, 4 flags of the Confederacy are flown at the park, and the Stone Mountain Memorial Lawn, according to officials from the park, contains 13 terraces, one for each Confederate state. Each terrace flies the flag that the state flew as a member of the Confederacy. One can't help but think, what the hell were they thinking when they visit Stone Mountain? But this place, although important to our story, was not the focus of our trip to Georgia. Our real mission was to find and communicate with the spirits of the South. And so Jeff and I headed off for our terrifying night at the Kennesaw House in Georgia.
Trying to get to the Kennesaw House.
Yes.
It's already been stressful as just trying to get there. There it is, right there. We physically can't get there.
Just have a big ass train come by. Huh?
Look at this. You guys know the joke about trains. We can't even get across the street.
Been going on and on.
Then we're just trying to get right there. Look at this. What the hell is up with this?
These are big cars, man. These are like about double the size of our cars back home.
Jeez. This thing, it just will not end. We've been here like 5 minutes. Look at it. What are the odds, man? What are the odds with our channel?
Well, we're supposed to be here at, what, 4:30 for this girl that said I can only stay till 5. And we couldn't even find a damn parking spot. Back around, and then there it is. The museum, and we can't get across the damn tracks. Now there's the end down there.
Oh, feels so good, baby.
77 out though, man. It's gonna be a spooky night.
I'm ready.
Cars are gonna go right by us.
Freedom.
Let's go.
Now how the hell do we get in?
Hi guys, I am Krista McKay, the collections manager here at the Marietta Museum of History. Really quick before we go around, I want to just give you an idea of what a collections manager does. So what I do is handle all the artifacts here in the museum that we're going to be seeing. The other things that you won't be able to see are on our 3rd floor, which is our storage space, and unfortunately that's off limits to anybody who's not on staff. So sorry about that, but we'll go through the museum really quick. We are in what we call our home life gallery, so kind of an overview of what life was like in Marietta and Cobb County. Marietta was founded in 1834. Cobb County was founded in 1832. The building that we're in, which I'll talk about more in one of our last spaces, was built in 1845. You can see, like, we've got different areas. We've got our music boxes. We've got an area devoted to Alice McClellan Burney. If you were a kid who had mom or dad involved in the PTA, she was born here and she was a co-founder of the PTA. So we've got a lot of national storylines here for Marietta. We've got all of these great things that we'd like to tell story-wise in the museum. We always have permanent exhibits And then we have temporary ones as well. Marietta is what we would call the county seat to Cobb County. So this is where all judicial and legislative things happen. And we've got all these great artifacts from one of our old courthouses. We have a file cabinet that was actually made by convict labor. And then if you guys can see right here with this cool little desk, when they decided to expand the courthouse, instead of just building more spaces, they took and put a wall down every courtroom. And instead of buying new desks, they took every desk and cut them in half. So you've got this flat part right here that would go against the wall. Be very economical, which I love. When you make your way through into our museum, we have our military gallery. Now, I will say this, this is the room, ironically enough, actually I would say one of two rooms. One room that a lot of people tend to get feelings from. So if you're sensitive and you come here, this would be kind of the room you might want to go in. But it's kind of ironic that people get a lot of vibes from this room, because this room actually wasn't put in until 1979. So it's not as old as the building itself. I've had people say it's not necessarily because of the room, it's because of all the uniforms and the people who wore it, you know, like that lingering effect. We go from Civil War all the way up to present day. We don't do American Revolution because it wasn't something Cobb County's history. So that's what we really start with, is the Civil War. Marietta was actually, I mean, you're thinking, okay, we're in Georgia, so it's a Confederate stronghold, but we were Confederate occupied all the way up until 1864, when the Union Army came in and occupied not only Marietta Square, but even this building. So we kind of go all the way through. From Civil War, you can see all of our different artillery. And one cool weapon I wanted to point out was this Joe Brown pike. So it's not a gun, but it's a weapon to help keep the cavalry at bay, so those on horses, and it's got a retractable blade. That blade is still pretty sharp, and we actually have like cut ourselves on it if we're not very careful. I know, it's very, you wouldn't think it's sharp being 150 plus years old, but it still is. World War II is very important for Marietta in that we had the Bell aircraft plants. We were building B-29s here. From 1943 all the way into 1945, we built over 665 airplanes. And you can see all these different military uniforms from local men who fought. That's what we try and do, is make sure that we have local uniforms on display. Like I said, this room, this space, this paranormal activity tends to be this room, and then the last room we go into. This room right here is actually what used to be our old office spaces. And so it's our education room, but again, with COVID right now, we've had to put everything behind the walls. You guys will see the transition here is where you transition from the newer part back to the older part. So this is our general history gallery, kind of do the history of Marietta, Cobb County in a nutshell. And we're actually going to go the opposite way right now. As I mentioned in the beginning, Marietta was founded in 1834, Cobb County is in 1832. Native Americans were here first with the Creek and the Cherokee Indians. What really makes Marietta grow is the railroad. The trains go by consistently. They are not passenger trains, they are strictly cargo, and there's no telling what time of day they'll come through. They just come through when they come through. Marietta has got a lot of different businesses. I've talked about Bell Aircraft very briefly. One business that's really kind of our landmark is, this is a board game called The Big Chicken. The Big Chicken is a Kentucky Fried Chicken, and it was originally built in the 1960s. It's a Johnny Reb's Chuck and Shake. And when Colonel Sanders heard about it, he bought it, and it still exists. They did a $2 million renovation. Its beak moves, its eye moves. So it's a huge thing here in Marietta, and it's always, all roads lead to the Big Chicken. So, and it's a directional marker. You go a mile north or a mile west or whatever with the Big Chicken. These guys right here are actually one large totem pole, but since our ceilings aren't high enough, we've got these two pieces, and it's a Boy Scout created totem pole. Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts have a big history here as well. One of our first troops for Boy Scouts was started in 1911, and Boy Scouts themselves were started in 1910, so we've had a really long history with the Scouts. We're gonna make our way over towards our last space, because this last room, as I mentioned before, we're kind of in between temporary exhibits right now in one area. But this last room we've recreated to mimic what this building was like as a hotel during the Civil War. So I mentioned before, this building was built in 1845, and it started as a cotton warehouse. In 1855, it was bought and purchased and turned into the Fletcher House Hotel. Today, on the outside, it's called the Kennesaw House, but we mean it as a house like a hotel, not a personal home. Originally, it had 4 floors. It has 3 floors now. And this front corner room was the room that was used in 1862 for the beginning of the Great Locomotive Chase. A year into the Civil War in 1862, the idea was Union soldiers would come down here dressed as civilians, they're spies. The idea of stealing a train, taking all the railroad tracks up, and making their way to Chattanooga. This is a very shortened version of this story. And so they weren't successful in that endeavor. If you guys want to learn more about it, there's books. There's even a Walt Disney movie, which is a little bit exaggerated. But the men who stole the train, called the General, they're called Andrews Raiders, and they were the first men to receive what is now the Congressional Medal of Honor. But this room, outside of the military gallery, is the other room that I've had people come through and have feelings and have other things happen. So again, like I said, if you're sensitive and you come here, this is the other room that people have gotten, you know, strange and unusual occurrences from. I personally have never had any, but again, you know, since this is an older part of the museum and an older part of the building, it doesn't surprise me that it has some sort of connectivity to some people. If you guys come by, you can always ask us. We're open 10 to 4, but you never know. If you're really good, maybe we'll let you come in on another time, but you'd have to book it with us.
So can we talk about the hospital, it being a hospital?
Yes, absolutely. So during the Civil War, it was first a Confederate hospital. Many buildings around the square were hospitals. And for us, it was not only a hospital, but it was also a morgue. But we do know, and actually what I can do for you right now is show you that, excuse the sofa right there, but if you want to walk this way, this is the original staircase to the building. So this would have been here during the Civil War. It does not go up to the 3rd floor anymore. When they rehabbed in '79, they took that away. So imagine doctors and nurses during the Civil War going up and down these stairs. So we were a hospital. We were called Ford's Hospital, F-O-A-R-D, and that was the one who was overseeing the whole running of this building. It was also still operating as a hotel as well. So you could be a hotel guest, hopefully not a hospital guest.
Interesting.
So yeah, and our location being right out front for the railroad tracks made us a perfect spot to be a hospital because it was very easy to get supplies in and out and the wounded in and out.
And what kind of paranormal activity do people consistently report in here? What's the range?
You get a lot of people who get the cold spots, like they'll be walking, because if you walk through, our rooms do definitely have areas that are colder or warmer than the others. You could chalk it up to HVAC, but who knows, it could be something else. Some other people have had whispers. Some people have said smells like burning or popcorn, and nobody's made any popcorn. We did have one person who's, you know, that whole kind of corner of their eye, they thought somebody was there and there was nobody there. We've heard stories of people hearing, not that this wouldn't be a good example, but the idea of a ring hitting on either this banister or a metal banister that we have in the fire escape. So, but nobody was in there as well. Or the elevator doors just mysteriously opening and closing and nobody's getting off or on and nobody's even pushed the button. The big story that you do hear though is there's a story out there about the elevator going down to the basement and it opening, and there was this gruesome hospital surgery scene. While I don't discount that a person could have seen something, the elevator doesn't go to the basement. So they might have just gone to the 1st floor. So just an FYI, if you want to take the elevator to the basement, it's not possible. There's no basement on that side where there's an elevator.
In Kennesaw, Georgia, right outside of Marietta. The Kennesaw House is the location that we'll be at later in this video investigating for paranormal activity. It used to be a Civil War hospital for the Confederacy. But in places like this, you can't help but think about how people handle death on such a mass scale. I mean, you got joggers out here, you got people driving through to work, you got FedEx trucks rolling by, and you can't help but think about the many people that lost their lives on this land. Some of them Confederates, some of them Union. It's interesting. Let's walk up here. I don't know what the hell that little thing is up there. And like I said, you always, to me, I always think about when you come to places like this, just the idea that hundreds of years ago, not even 150 really, or so years ago, there were men all in this area shooting guns at each other, killing each other, committing mass murder.
Bayoneting each other. Brutal. Cannonballs.
And nowadays, people just drive by on their way to pick up their kids from the basketball game. So. It's a beautiful place for a hike. Yeah, and what I was researching yesterday, it was just talking about how oftentimes in the Civil War and different wars in America, when people were killed, a lot of times the bodies were exhumed and brought to be buried in different wartime cemeteries. But in a battlefield like this, there's a potential for hundreds of soldiers to be buried in unmarked graves, even right here, that were never found or exhumed.
Well, it's just a field. Yeah. Could easily be people buried there.
It is kind of lumpy too.
Well. $1864. Fought.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Right here.
And now it's just like walking trails, peace. There's multi-million-dollar homes all over through here. And yeah.
Bizarre.
It goes from a war and bloody carnage to swimming pools and movie stars now. Yeah.
Guess it's time to move on.
Okay.
Just wanted to show you guys the Kennesaw battlefield before we go to the Kennesaw house, because not only is it the namesake, but that's like the deepest history around here is the battle. And it took place all throughout this area, and especially deep down there. There's some crazy stories from this battle. It was strange driving through that neighborhood on the outskirts of the battlefield, just thinking about the fact that these opulent homes were probably built on land covered in blood that once was home to many bodies on both sides of the fight. But that fearful thought, that concept that death is all around, was nothing compared to the frights that we had in store for us that night at the haunted Kennesaw house in Marietta, Georgia. What's up, everybody? So tonight we are in Marietta, Georgia at one of the most famous haunted locations in the entire Peach State, the Kennesaw House. This building was not only a hotel for decades, but it was also a hospital during the Civil War. You've got this history of people dying. You've got hotels where people are bringing their own personal energy and grief and whatever they're going through at the time into these rooms. There's a lot of interesting history here. We've heard a lot of different ghost stories ranging from seeing apparitions to hearing whispers and voices. But without further ado, this was an expensive place to rent for the night, so we're gonna head in right away and get this done, or get this rolling, I should say. And I just want to let everybody know we are wearing the masks because the government mandate states that when you're in these government buildings, you have to wear a mask. And in this building, this place is a government-owned complex, so we have to wear them tonight. So, in case you were wondering, that's why we got them on, for safety. So, let's head on into the Kennesaw house, baby.
Yeah, we said again, the activities in front of the elevators.
Yeah, she told me a ghost story about someone who came down to the first floor in the elevator and opened up, and there's a gruesome surgical scene that they saw.
Really?
Yeah.
Like now?
Yeah. Here.
Oh shoot, we need the lights on.
Yeah. Okay, everybody, so we've got a REM pod right here. We're going to turn this bad boy on. So there's the REM pod.
The whole balls.
Over here we've got motion sensing balls and bars of light. Over here we've set up a static camera. We're going to roll on this one right now. There you go, that's rolling. Hey everybody, now let's go over here.
Lights are on because we're... This is the military room, so...
So here we go. That static camera is rolling. We're gonna set this EM pump over there by all the things. So here's the EM pump. We're gonna turn this on. The EM pumps that you see with the blue lights, they kick out an electromagnetic frequency, which is what EMF meters detect. So in effect, you're providing the spirits with almost a bank of energy that they can draw from to try and spur on manifestations. So we're gonna turn this REM pod on. So now that we've got all this set up, I think it's time to start investigating. You wanna go IR?
Okay, let's get going. There might be some stuff happening.
See this guy?
Yep.
What the hell happened to him?
I think you had too much moonshine.
I'm just gonna have Jeff turn off the light and we're gonna go IR. And I'm turning on this EMF meter. We're just gonna try some questions without devices at first. So we're picking up a small EMF signal here. 0.1. 0.2. Interesting. Last time when we were using this near Hell's Church, there was nothing. So, and just to point out to people online, even this amount of EMF can be considered a considerable amount of EMF in the environment. And so, having a reading that's constant throughout this building could be a reason why there are hauntings, because there is this constant signal that you can, in effect, if you're a spirit, draw from. I want to start off by introducing ourselves to you guys in here. My name's Colin.
I'm Jeff.
And we just would love to talk to you tonight and make contact with you if you're in here. We don't want to hurt you, especially if you're from the Civil War. We would love to talk to you. Can you give us a sign by maybe knocking on something or moving something? Look to your left. Can you let us know where you are?
Light just came on with it.
Probably because I walked.
Yeah, it's only supposed to be good for 9 feet though. That's what I don't quite understand. It's because I did that at my house and I measured 12 feet and it doesn't go off. This is like 20 feet. That's what I don't quite understand. It's because I did that at my house and I measured 12 feet and it doesn't go off. This is like 20 feet.
Let's see. Oh yeah, look, I'm not setting it off over
That's
here.
what I'm saying. That just went off.
Are you over there by those lights? Can you walk over to the sound of my voice? And we're in the military room right now. There are so many guns in here, first off. Civil War weapons, bullets, who knows?
Uniforms.
Yeah, what
People were.
what these weapons and artifacts did to people, possibly killed. 3 signal. Right over here.
What was that?
Is there somebody over here in this room with us?
Is there anyone by the elevator area? That's where we're hearing a lot of things have shown themselves. I think we should go over by there a little bit. We're coming over by you a little bit close. Oh, look at
What the hell?
Okay.
Look at, we were behind
We're
these
behind the
these
case.
cases.
Yeah.
Huh.
Okay. Interesting.
Thing just also, you heard that.
Okay.
0.5
Yeah.
too.
Okay. Because it's not going to go off from the side. Are you making this light turn on?
0.6 reading over here too before.
Yeah. We're just here to make contact with you. We're friendly. Just to let us know that you're here.
It's kind of interesting too. Like, just look at how a cell phone can affect EMF. Look at this. Look at how much EMF is in a cell phone.
It is. Went to 92 for 90 there.
That's crazy. It's kind of spooky. Where are you in the building?
There's of course a train.
Of course, there's always a train, man.
I mean, these are all cases, and that's in front. These are all uniforms, like that you see. And you know, you'd think that obviously they saw a lot of battle, right? Can you hear the train outside? Just so we can show.
Maybe you're over
Yeah,
here?
it could be in these nondescript rooms.
Is there anybody here with us in the old hospital?
These are long trains. You know?
Huge spike over here. These dresses are creepy over here.
Oh, so it's like,
Those are the old stairs.
yeah.
So take a look at this.
Huh?
Come over here. These are the old stairs from the hospital.
Oh, cool.
And look at how they lead to nowhere.
Oh. Oh, wow. Yeah. Let me go on here just a little bit. Look at that. The stairs to a ceiling.
Did you used to walk up and down these stairs? Okay, over here is the only place in here that has 0 EMF.
They're not actually. Of course.
And camera.
Oh, yeah, the camera.
Not one REM pod hit, nothing. Well, there also seem to be pretty average EMF levels in here, if not a little bit elevated. I think we should do a spirit box in that room.
Okay. What was that? Almost like it came from up the stairs. Shh.
Hello? That was very loud, man. Jeez. Okay. Did not expect that. If there's somebody here in the Kennesaw house, can you say hi or hello? Can you say hello or hi if you're here? I heard run.
I have no idea. Can you tell us your name? Are you Dimitri?
Okay, just, we've come a long ways. All I want to ask you is, if you're here, what's your name? Give me a name. Newspaper. What was in the newspaper? Your name? Were you in the newspaper? Yes or no? Do you know what our name is? Say one of our names. Say one of our names. Okay,
I feel a cold breeze over
if it's
here,
you
by the
making
way.
a noise, just say yes. That's all. Just say yes.
Right here.
Say yes. Hard to make out what this is saying. Do you live here? Hard time, I think I said. Where else do you live? Can't say. That's the deal. I don't know. Are you in heaven or in hell? Heaven or hell?
The black. Do you believe in God?
It's the same voice. Okay, is anybody in this room?
I think we should do a little experiment.
Okay.
You and I should both take our static cameras.
Yeah.
We should sit either over there or in here, or our
Yeah.
video cameras, and we should just sit for like 10 minutes and ask questions, because those loud noises were crazy.
Okay.
I think we should both just do
Just
that.
get it on the camera.
Yeah, like you
footage.
take your camera and I'll take my camera.
Okay.
No devices.
Where are you gonna
Those
sit?
were loud. I can sit over here in the war room if you want to sit over here.
Over here.
Yeah. Or I can sit over there if you want to sit in the war room.
You want to sit on the floor.
So right now I'm gonna sit here. The static camera's right behind me. The hallway's here, and this creepy room is right to my left. I'm gonna sit here alone. He's gonna walk over to the war room and sit in there with the camera like this.
Yeah.
Let's just listen. Ask some questions.
Okay.
Okay,
Ready?
go for it. Head into the darkness, my friend. It's definitely creepy in here. And those noises were loud as shit right away. Like 5, 6 of them. And I keep feeling a chill right here, which is why I kind of wanted to stay here. I keep feeling something in this area. I don't know what it is, but and this guy is very creepy over here. I don't like that dude. I keep expecting him to like twist his head at me. Hello? Where are you? Can you move something around in here? And once again, just to remind everybody, it's pitch black in here. Those red lights are honestly very creepy. Are you right there in front of me? That's trippy.
Even if I move down here, that doesn't go off. You can see that. Look at this one. Oh my God, it's getting closer now. Come on over here. Is that you? See, look at, once again, to the static camera. Look at, I'm moving like this, and it doesn't set that motion sensor off, so that's very bizarre that that just went off, both of them. If that is you, if you just walked over towards me, can you knock on something like that or push something over in here?
I've got a static camera, roll them there, and REM pod. Okay guys, or women, spirits, who's ever here, can you give me some kind of noise, anything? Make some lights go off. I'm just gonna sit here now silently and just see if you're here. Step out and show yourself. Sir, do you have an order, sir? I am just a lowly captain. I know that you're a lieutenant general. Sir, what are my orders, sir? Okay, our light, freaking our camera just died. Okay. Oh shit, and there goes that light again. Oh my God, I have definite. Goose, look at my hair. Okay, did you turn my light off over here and then turn that other one on again? I don't get what's happening. Is it because it's pointed at you? Why did you go off? What is up with this? You drained my battery already? Okay, why did you drain my battery already? This is like, just last night, it lasted for, I think we had almost 2 hours. Okay, weird. Okay, it's on again. Maybe you don't want me to capture something, but let's try to start it, and the train's coming again. That's very odd. Well, okay, that light came on again over there. I think I had it on screen. And why did this go off? Why did you go off on me here? Okay, are you playing with the camera and the light? It's okay, come out. Okay, I'm wondering, this light, this camera here is still active. It turned off. It turned off by whatever forces may be. And you can see the blue light right here blinking. It's still recording, but it won't go to up front. And so you can see the light blaring off of it. I'll turn on and off to show you. Off. It's on. Huh. And the light came back on again. Okay. So there's something here with this light that's pointed at that light, the camera, that you don't like, huh? Or is that your way of saying that you know that you're being recorded on here? Okay. Let's make some noise. Come on.
I get a really creepy vibe from this room all of a sudden.
I just heard footsteps or something from over there, and I turned the camera to point at it, and that light just illuminated. And look, it's not me. I'm just trying to show that I can move any way I want, and I don't set that off. And also, now all 3 of the lights have gone off in order. 1, 2, 3, like it's getting closer to me. Cold breeze on my face again right here. I really just feel like there's somebody standing in front of me in this doorway. They keep coming towards me. It's a very eerie feeling right now, very just strange.
Can you make a noise?
Escape the trains, man. You can never escape the trains. I'll walk over into this room. Hello? You make a noise and show me where you are? I saw a shadow move on the ground. The footsteps. Yeah.
Standing in front of that camera went out, right?
Yeah.
And the light came on.
Right when it happened?
Yeah, over there, facing it. And
Weird.
then and the camera it came back on. It didn't die.
What?
But it just shut off. So I showed it. And I
You want to switch spots?
sure, but yeah,
Oh, that light just went on.
yeah,
Again.
I know. It's that one light, and it will go on when you're behind a wall, or if we're talking about this camera. It's like the camera on it is right on it. See? And it also doesn't come on. I can't get it back on IR.
Weird.
Not sure why. Okay,
Why don't you go sit over there?
I'll go over there. Anything?
Yeah.
There's that light again. Okay.
I literally.
Is that the camera?
Yeah. Here it goes again.
What's happening with that? That light, when it comes on, that's not out like that.
So you're saying when that motion light has gone on, the
Yeah, that's
camera
like,
has died?
That's like the third time, yeah. The camera died. Oh, it doesn't die, it goes off. Yeah, and I couldn't even bend, I wasn't even on the button, so how would that come on?
I was sitting over there and the farthest light came on and I moved to show people that it wasn't me.
Okay.
I asked it to come closer, then the second light came on and I was like, there's some noises, and then I was sitting there filming the hotel room.
Yeah.
And I thought I heard footsteps to my right, and so I whipped the camera around, and right when I turned around, and then that light facing that direction came on.
Okay.
So,
Well, I think I think maybe they're playing with our cameras, and like that light facing directly the camera, it comes on, the camera powers off, but it powers back on again. You can power it back on.
weird.
So I'll go back over here.
So Jeff and I have now switched spots. I am in the war room, and he's over where I was just sitting. I'm gonna see what's going on in this room.
Camera down here, guys. Hang on. I was thinking about maybe breaking out like the Oculus.
Yeah, let's do the Ovilus. Yeah, well, we just noticed that the EM pump is
I'm gonna turn
dead.
this off.
It's a brand new battery.
Okay, that's brand new, and the camera that went off is I don't know. It's not cold in here, There's no reason for this.
hot in here, thinking.
What do you think? Should we go in there?
Yeah.
We're going to come into the military room. Okay? Is there anything related to the military once we come in here that you can say on this box? Equation system. Well, who knows what that could mean. Again, anything with the military could you say into this box right here? It has a weak signal,
Mm-hmm.
It's like they're not trying to do anything. Let's walk over where I got more activity. Flowers? What do you mean by that?
Kind of eerie, they got the Nazi stuff.
Yeah, well they do. 60 minutes. Almost like a signal. Here's a signal radio. Is that radio speech?
It's like sweaty.
Jeez. Well, you have a really heavy, and you got blue jeans.
Reveal. Are you gonna reveal yourself to us? I'm gonna go IR. If we turn the lights out, will you show yourself to us? Show us where you are?
I mean, come on.
Alignment?
I mean, look at all these revolvers and rifles. My gosh. There's had to be been a lot of killing with all these weapons.
Where are you in this building right now? Did you die in the Civil War hospital? Were you Confederate?
I felt something in here earlier with the light going on the camera and stuff,
It's like dead now, though.
Yeah, it just seems like, again, I don't know, I hate to say it, but it's like, it seems old to me,
This thing isn't giving us any responses either.
This is the same EMF pump as the other one that died a while back. This thing is just, you can hear it. I mean, this is still
And they're both new batteries, so the other one shouldn't have died.
came out of the same pack.
And the other area was more active, too.
Who knows? And this works. It just hasn't gone off. But again, like you said, the fact that when it does really go crazy,
Something's happening.
I mean, it really, it makes me much more of a believer. Have anything left? Nope.
So Jeff's got the SLS camera, which is the Kinect. Basically, it tracks stick figures. It's meant to track human figures for Xbox software, but paranormal researchers use it to try to pick up on possible entities in the environment that we've had some really weird responses with this thing before, so we're gonna go through here and see if we can pick anything up.
Okay, anybody in here, now's the time to kind of show yourself.
I felt stuff towards the beginning, but I just feel like the energy in this building has just kind of left completely. I don't feel anything at this point.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on. It's like really, really quiet. You know? Okay, we're gonna leave pretty quick here. So, I mean, if you want to be known that you're here, I mean, now's the time. Now's the time to show yourself. I mean, it's going to be kind of like an episode you'll see coming up where you have that from the ceiling. I mean, that's pretty compelling, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing for it to map out to, and it's like free space. And here, you know, you've got all this stuff, and we're not getting even a hit. You know, so I think we're going to wrap this up on this.
Yeah.
Okay?
So to wrap up this investigation, we've been here for hours now. It's really hot. I'm sweating profusely, and we're very uncomfortable. We were filming last night at Hell's Church, first night at the 1842 Inn. Tomorrow we got the Asylum, then Corpsewood Manor. One of the main ghost stories of this place is that somebody took this elevator right here down to the first floor, and when the doors opened up, they saw a surgical scene, somebody being operated on. They just went into that. So I want to turn the spirit box on in the elevator and go up and down between the floors and just see if we can hear anything. Oh, Jesus. Oh my God, that scared the hell out of me.
So are you going to just sit here first, or are you
Let's just go to the first floor and then up.
Okay, got to turn on.
Go to the spirit box in a second. First, let's just open up and see if there's any noise.
Okay. I sure wish I saw a surgical suite.
Okay. Oh, good. Let's go back up to 2.
I would like to like go out to like the Twilight Zone, you know. Not
Right.
Like, wow.
Come on. Surgery. Oh, jeez.
You guys okay?
Yeah, we're just doing an experiment in the elevator.
Okay. Alright.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Back up,
It's
baby.
like 2 little kids.
Come on, show me the ghosts. Hello?
But you know, I mean, it doesn't say that it couldn't have happened. I mean, just so. This is where most everything was seen, but yeah, what was that? What is that? Oh, shh. What would that be? A voice.
Here, why don't you sit up here and see if that was part of the elevator coming up? So we can knock it out.
But like a woman's voice.
Just listen.
Oh, no, here.
Oh.
Yeah, it's the elevator.
It's the elevator.
It's the elevator. There's a voice box back there.
Anybody that's here in the Kennesaw House, if you were a Confederate, this is your last chance. Do you have anything to say to us? Anything left to do? Beginning of the night, it was active,
Yeah.
but now it just feels, I feel completely comfortable.
Okay, we have 2 REM pods, not one hit in REM pods. And we did about, you know, showed a little bit of the SOS, but I did about a little over an hour. Yep. There's some noise over there. Okay.
I know for a fact, though, I'm going to cut one of the spirit box sessions we did because there was not a single voice. It was just static. Ovulus, we didn't get anything. Even last night, evil broken portal at Hell's Church. The Ovilus tonight, nothing.
Last night there was some bad
Satan,
evil energies
our
that
devil,
was there.
yeah. And this is just, I don't know, it's kind of empty, you know?
Right.
But sometimes that's how it is with the paranormal. And that's not discounting people's experiences, that's just, this is our own. That's just the way it goes, man. At least you know you're watching the real
You
shit
said
here.
that's the way it goes, man.
That's the way it goes,
Those
man.
men and what?
I'm tired as hell.
Okay.
I'm gonna say goodbye to the captain over here.
Do we still have our device running?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, that is. Okay, so how does this one keep going, bud? Right? And then the other one died again. I don't get it.
All right, well, this isn't the end of the episode, but let's call it a wrap on Kennesaw now.
I'm Marshall Davis. I'm with the Sons of Confederate Veterans here in Texas. I was raised in Virginia. My Confederate ancestors all fought with the Confederate Army from Virginia. In the early 1900s, as Confederate veterans were passing away, at a convention of Confederate veterans, Stephen Lee gave a charge to the Sons of Confederate Veterans to preserve and protect the good name of the Confederate soldier. To us has been given the task to preserve his good name and see that the true history of the South is presented to future generations.
And most of the people, would you say, who do fight for their preservation of the monuments and everything, they have relatives that were in the Confederate
Yes,
Army?
To be in the Sons of the Confederate Veterans, you must have an ancestor who fought either with the Confederate Army, Navy, or was an officer in those organizations. Here in Austin and in Texas, there are monuments around the state of Texas in cemeteries and on county courthouses to honor the men who fought nobly and bravely for their state and for their country. One of my favorites certainly is the main Confederate monument on the south lawn of the Texas Capitol. It is a four-sided monument and has a list of all of the battles that Texas Confederate soldiers fought in. The three sides are the different battles, different engagements that Confederates from Texas fought in. The fourth is a quote from the Confederate veterans who erected that monument in the 1920s about how these men fought for states' rights that were guaranteed under the Constitution, and they were spurred on by the Revolutionary War, who the American colonists fought to remove themselves from a tyrannical England. One of the spirits and one of the motivators for the Confederate cause was a similar cause to remove themselves from the tyrannical overgovernment of Washington, D.C.
So what's the main goal of the organization? Is it monument building? Is it?
Our main goal is to preserve the history of the South and the true meaning of what the Confederate experiment was. We have gone into schools and done living history where we explain to the school kids not only the soldier, but what the women wore in the 1860s in the South, and the different aspects of Southern life in the 1860s when the South was ravaged by an invading army. For instance, chicory is real popular in the South, especially New Orleans, because the North blockaded the ports, and so no coffee could get in. So the Southerners had to resort to what was around, and that was chicory, and that's one piece of the war that still survives today is the chicory and the coffee. So not just in monuments, but in many aspects, we will speak to the legislature about bills to preserve Confederate history and the different aspects of keeping that part of the American history alive. Well, with many current events, the Confederate cause and all things Confederate have been collateral damage as the nation deals with racism. And as a extension of that, the monuments in Austin have been damaged, have been graffitied around the South and around the country. Monuments to Confederate heroes and other American heroes have been defaced or destroyed.
Oh, let's let this. There you go. As always, gotta get that on camera too, because people are gonna laugh at that.
In Oakwood Cemetery in central Austin, there are over 400 Confederate soldiers buried in the grounds of Oakwood Cemetery. A few years ago, the Sons of Confederate Veterans raised funds and erected a monument to those men to honor their service to the Confederacy. In recent events, specifically the George Floyd murder, there was a lot of protest in Austin around the police station, and those protests spilled into East Austin. And our monument was first graffitied with spray paint and then later damaged with sledgehammers. So we have had to cover the monument to protect it from any further damage.
Man, they're pouring them out of birds. Jesus. Airplane number 2. You gotta wait 10, 15 seconds. To you guys, it's not about racism having these monuments up, it's about your families, correct?
Correct.
And so what would you say to people who want the monuments removed? What's the reasoning behind keeping them up?
Well, a main reason to leave the monuments up is to invite discussion and education about the men who are honored by these monuments and the cause that the monuments represent. If all those monuments are gone, then there will be little chance to have any discussions about states' rights, home rule, self-government, and other items that were brought up in the war between the states by the Confederacy. I think a visit to any cemetery with Confederates, as we stand here in the Confederate section in the Texas State Cemetery in Austin, each one of these graves that we're standing amongst are monuments to men who fought for their country and for their state. One comparison I've heard is comparing the Confederate soldiers' return and how he is thought of today with Vietnam U.S. soldiers who returned from Vietnam. That was an unpopular war, and those men were vilified, they were hated, they were spit upon, and they were just serving their country. Many drafted, and they were serving a country that they were born in, and although the war was unpopular, those men didn't create that war. And I think a comparison can be made to all these men that are buried here in the cemetery, that they fought nobly and bravely. Whether the war was then popular or is now popular, that does not change the fact that these men fought an arduous war in the 1860s with far less resources than our soldiers have today, and should be respected, and their memories preserved. The men that are buried here and throughout Confederate cemeteries throughout the South had no control over whether the South seceded. Very few were slave owners. Less than 25% of the Confederate soldiers were actual slave owners. So these men were drafted to defend what they felt was their homeland. There is, in the movie Gettysburg, the Union soldiers capture a Confederate private and ask him, "Why are you fighting this war?" And his answer was, "Because you're here."
So the day after our investigation at the Kennesaw House, Jeff stayed back at the hotel and I took a drive to visit the second largest Confederate cemetery in the United States. It is in Marietta and it is a sombering sight. It's really strange when you go there because you think of the Confederates as kind of the bad guys in American history. They were the ones that tried to secede, to leave the United States essentially. But when you're there in this Confederate cemetery, this place of honor for these ancestors, you really have a feeling of, I don't know, almost melancholy, because seeing all those tombstones is kind of just a reminder that no matter what, these were all people and they all died. Thousands of bodies are buried here, and even though I don't agree with a single thing these people stood for in the war, it's still, you know, just a weird, sad sight to see the graves of so many soldiers that died for a cause that essentially was not even in their hands. It was more so in the hands of the politicians leading them to their slaughter. And so we arrive back at Stone Mountain, that damn cursed rock filled with KKK history and embedded with racism.
Interesting. So, at the end of the day, you can't take down or remove a Confederate cemetery, obviously. But what do you do with the monuments? Do you put them into museums? What do you think?
Well, I think it's part of history, and this is a hard one to put anywhere. But yeah, I don't know what else. I really don't have the best answer. I don't know.
Personally, I think that just because of the manner in which a lot of these monuments were constructed, if you want to keep them, put them in a museum. But with this monument, since the KKK was basically reborn on top of this mountain, this one's a little bit more dark than the others.
Yeah, true. But what do you do with this? I mean, how do you remove a mountain?
You know, I have an idea.
To actually get on the wall.
You ready?
Light them up! So, as somebody that worked at Central State, you believe that there are things that happened there in the past that they really don't want to talk about and never really recorded?
Yes,
And you would definitely consider Central State to be haunted.
absolutely. Guaranteed. Something's wrong. Something happened. The stuff that went on there, people were getting killed, people were getting mistreated.
When you were working there was cannibalism?
Yes, a lot of cannibalism.
There are at least 20,000 graves that are unmarked. Really, anywhere that you walk, you could very well be standing on someone's final resting place.
All haunted places have a story to tell. It can be tragic, it can be scary, and it can be very dangerous. This is Colin Browen, and these are the Paranormal Files.
So, I've been thinking for a while about when the right time to release this video is, if I should release this video, if it's too shocking, if I could get into any trouble, what this means. But the time has finally come. This is a scary video. We went to Central State Asylum looking to ghost hunt, but in doing our ghost hunts, we have uncovered something much darker, much more troubling, something that the government, people in the town don't want you to know. Yeah, I think the time has finally come. This is a very dark one. I don't think you're gonna believe what you're seeing and hearing. I guess, let's just do this.
I visited the state institution, and I think that we have a situation that borders on a snake pit, and that the children live in Bill.
The doctor invited me to see the conditions he was talking about, so unannounced and unexpected by the school administration, we toured building number 6. The doctor had warned me that it would be bad. It was horrible. There was one attendant for perhaps 50 children, lying on the floor naked and smeared with their own feces. They were making a pitiful sound, the kind of mournful wail that it's impossible for me to forget. This is what it looked like, this is what it sounded like, but how can I tell you about the way it smelled? It smelled of filth, it smelled of disease, and it smelled of death. We've just seen something that's probably the most horrible thing I've ever seen in my life. Is that typical of ward life?
Yes, there are thousands there like that. not going to school, sitting on the ward all day, not being talked to by anyone, only 1 or 2 or 3 people to take care of 70 people on the ward, sharing the same toilet, contracting the same diseases together.
One of the requirements for continued eligibility is that there be 80 square feet of space per patient. Here they get only 35 square feet.
For these people, life is just 1 hour after another of looking at the floor. There's no training on here. These kids, there's no effort. We don't know what these kids are capable of doing. The state provides a bare minimum, just enough so that they can call this place a school. Their life is just hours and hours of endless nothing to do, no one to talk to, no expectations, just an endless life of misery and filth.
What kind of place this is?
Yes, it's a mental hospital for mentally disturbed people such as myself.
Hey everybody, my name's Colin Browen. I've been doing this for years, literally, since I was a kid. There's a video of me running through a cemetery as a child wearing a Gap hoodie and some denim jeans. But this video is different. On the night that we're filming this interview, we are at Central State Hospital in Georgia, a massive complex of asylum buildings that was once the largest asylum on the planet. There are over 200 buildings, 200 in this complex. And obviously, as you know with asylums, there were years, decades of suffering that took place here in a lot of these buildings. There were suicides, violent incidents, abuse, rampant abuse, which is why most asylums in America were shuttered. And this almost entire complex is abandoned. But it's truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to be able to investigate Central State. And we were there all night tonight. We've got some pretty scary stories to share from what happened tonight.
Hey everybody, Jeff, aka Papa Spooks, Colin's dad. I do these trips with Colin for fun and to support him, and this happens to be the first asylum really that I've done with him so far. And right when we got here, it was really creepy for me. I felt like, man, it's massive. First of all, decrepit, vines growing on the buildings, and just a creepy feel all over the place, everywhere we went for me.
Yep, there it is.
Oh my
you
gosh.
See that? Wow.
So that has that big dome like that?
Yep.
It's gigantic, man.
It's the largest asylum in the world. Literally the long road to insanity.
Think of the old days when this was popping, man. We're gonna stay,
right there.
But we're gonna stay in one of the administrators' homes.
Yeah.
While it was functioning. It's an Airbnb now.
Wow. Wow.
Oh my God.
Holy shit, man.
Wow, look at this.
Wow.
Oh my God.
Wow,
Look
dude.
at this campus, man.
Oh my God. Look at these buildings.
Look at that.
Jesus. That's the spookiest f***ing
Okay,
place.
he's right here.
Holy shit, man. This is huge.
Oh my God, look at that.
Well, here we are.
Wow, this is insane.
Just got to Central State.
Yeah.
And
Crazy.
we got to wear these orange safety
Yeah.
uniforms.
They have security all over.
Yep, there they are right there. They know that we're here though.
This is I don't know how you could get larger. This is what do they call it? This is what part of the campus? But there's the prison.
Historic quad.
It's a city on its own,
It really, water tower, police, fire department, everything.
Yeah.
And if you guys can imagine, it goes way back there, here, way all through all of this area.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't.
So we arrived at Central State Hospital earlier today, before we did our investigation. And the sun was setting. We got there a little late because we were filming last night a whole different video. And We initially met with a man by the name of Walter. Now, Walter's a city councilman for nearby Milledgeville, which is a small town that at one point in the history of Central State was smaller than the asylum that was on the border of the town. And Walter came out, gave us a tour of the grounds, laid out the rules. We had to have a film permit, insurance to film here, and he told us some pretty interesting history about Central State.
3, 2, 1, go for it.
My name is Walter Reynolds, and I am the City Councilman for District 4 for the City of Milledgeville, the downtown district, and I'm the 4th generation of my family to work here on the Central State Hospital campus. The State Hospital has such a huge and vital role in the history of Milledgeville. First of all, it was, of course, one of the largest employers in the community, really a regional employer. Thousands and thousands of people worked here on this campus throughout its history, and brought many visitors from all over, not only the state, but the entire country and even the world to Milledgeville. The State Hospital was founded in 1837. It was established by the Georgia State Legislature, which at the time was just 2 miles from here in Milledgeville. The state capital decided at that point that it would be necessary and beneficial to create an asylum for epileptics, lunatics, alcoholics, etc. And so all different manner of individuals were served here on this campus. The first patient actually arrived in 1842. The campus officially opened in 1839, and the first patient was a gentleman from Macon, Georgia, who actually came over by foot. His family rode in a horse-drawn cart. He was chained to the back of the cart and walked from Macon. He was considered to be a danger not only to himself but of course to others, and hence he walked the 30-some-odd miles from Macon. He was here treated for about 6 months or so, at which point he passed from manic exhaustion, which is a very clinical way of saying that he crazied himself to death here at Central State Hospital. Throughout its life, the campus, of course, grew and expanded tremendously. From its first patient in 1842 until the 1960s, the population exploded. In the 1960s, there were approximately 13,000 patients being treated here on this campus, being treated for all manner of diseases and afflictions that we now know are very treatable with medication and counseling. We had a lot of individuals sent here for developmental disabilities, things that now we prefer to treat people at home with. But this campus saw an incredible transition in the way that we treat mental illness in this country. We went from a custodial model where individuals were even counted on the census as inmates of the institution to a community treatment model. And so as the patient population shifted to other regional hospitals, Columbus, Savannah, there began to be less and less of a need for these buildings. And so here, even in the historic quad, you have buildings like the Walker Building, which has not been in use since the 1970s. This building was first shut down in 1977. These buildings have not been used in 40 plus years. Since the early to mid 2010s, there's been slowly a reduction in the use of this facility as they've transitioned to other buildings on campus. So at this point, there are no vital records left here. There are no offices maintained in this building anymore, and we're really at a crossroads as to what to do with not just this building in particular, but many parts of the campus in general. A 5,000-foot, overview, a bird's eye overview of the campus. It's over 2,000 acres. It's over 200 buildings, ranging in age from the late 1800s to the early 2000s. And contrary to popular belief, the hospital, the asylum is not actually shut down. There are still buildings on this campus that serve the Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities, namely the Allen Building. One of the greatest achievements that we've had so far with the campus and revitalization has been the repurposing of Central Kitchen. Central Kitchen at one point was serving approximately 33,000 meals per day. It's a massive facility. It has an acre of refrigerated storage, coolers that you could play football in. Just massive, massive facility. It's a 120,000 square foot facility, and we were able to work with USDA to find loans to completely renovate it and bring it up to date as a modern, state-of-the-art USDA certified facility. Food Service Partners is now operating that facility, and we're expected to create about 350 jobs out of the kitchen. The Jones building was the original medical surgical building. It was built in 1927, opened in 1928, and was in service until around 1976. The Jones building would have been your traditional hospital. When you think of a hospital, this is where they would have done procedures. This is where they would have done any sort of operations or procedures necessary to the health of the individuals. Most of the client care, as far as psychological services, counseling, those would have been done in their own dorms and their own buildings closer to where the patients were. But this would have been where you went if you had pneumonia or needed x-rays. That would have all been done in the Jones building. One of the most unique things about the campus in regards to the construction and timeline of the campus is that it exists on such a wide backdrop of American social issues. You have, of course, its founding at the very beginning, where the first caretakers here in the facility were actually the superintendent and his slaves. They were the first ones to provide care here at the hospital. Through the Civil War into the turn of the century, huge leaps in medical science and advancements. And not only that, but also tremendous social changes as far as segregation and desegregation of the campus. Here in the historic quad, there were 2 buildings built expressly for the purpose of separate segregated facilities. The Walker building was the white male convalescent building. The building which stood opposite of it was the black male convalescent building. One of the first, or the first building in Baldwin County to be named for an African American is now part of Frank Scott State Prison, but previously it was part of Central State Hospital, and that would be the Ingram building. Mr. Ingram worked at the state hospital for many, many years. He retired from the state hospital, and in his old age actually was treated here at the hospital. The hospital had 5 different units, including the forensics unit, behavioral health. Let's see, I'm trying to think what else. I can just go on forever, but
any murders here? I always ask this about asylums because there seemed to always be a cluster of crimes.
So of course, this was a city unto itself, and like any other city, it had its own challenges. It had need for its own fire department, its own police department. There, of course, were occasionally some violent incidences between patients, individuals that were being treated here. I don't know enough about any of those stories in particular to tell you the details of any, but of course there was a need for a police department. Sometimes there were violent episodes, and that's why this place had its own police force. At one point, the population of Central State Hospital was greater than that of the city of Milledgeville. It's just a huge and fascinating campus. Again, my family has been here for many generations. I grew up in the shadow of the Jones building, just on the other side of campus. My great-grandmother's house is just over there on Linden Court. Growing up, I spent a lot of time on this campus doing community activities. There were family appreciation days, employee appreciation days. I remember going to events in the auditorium. I remember going to cookouts here in the pecan orchard. My great-grandfather was a cook here at the state hospital. Both of my grandmothers were nurses. Both my mother and father worked in the Department of Corrections in the prisons here. And now I'm here working with the Redevelopment Authority to try to revitalize this and bring jobs and opportunity back. There's a million stories here, there at least. I can tell you that the oldest cemetery on the campus is Cedar Ridge Cemetery, which is at the very back of the campus along Central Shop Road. There are no less than 25,000 individuals buried in Cedar Lane Cemetery. Cedar Lane at one point was a segregated cemetery. It was where white patients were buried. Jasmine Ridge would have been the black patient cemetery. In the 1940s, when they built the Rivers Complex, they actually exhumed and moved about 2,500 black patient graves, and at that point transferred them over to Cedar Lane. In the 1950s and the 1960s, by that point, there was a contract with the Department of Corrections to maintain the graveyard, to maintain the cemetery. Well, without knowing what they were doing, the inmates thought it would be a lot easier to maintain this cemetery if all these metal stakes weren't spread out all over the ground. And so, not realizing that those stakes were markers for individual graves, they pulled up the metal markers, piled them into the woods, and cut the grass for another 40 years. It was the 1990s before these piles of stakes were discovered, and there was any effort put together to try to determine where these individuals were. But of course, by that point, the graves, the markers were lost. There was no way of knowing what marker went in which plot, even if we could identify the plots.
Now you see, this is where the episode gets really dark. So it's May now. We were in Georgia in March. And what you're about to see and hear didn't happen to us until after we had filmed the interviews in the hallway that you're seeing, the interview with the city councilman, the investigation. This interview happened as we were leaving Central State Hospital the next day, when we went to go visit the cemetery where the thousands of people are buried in unmarked graves. As Jeff and I were leaving, we actually saw a woman in scrubs sitting in the gazebo at the edge of the cemetery. And we decided to ask her if she had ever heard of any ghost experiences or anything like that dealing with Central State. And what she told us was absolutely shocking. Now, we noticed that while interviewing the councilman, he didn't really go into depth about the abuse at the hospital. He didn't go into depth about the deaths, about the crazy psychiatric practices of the late 1800s, early 1900s, the electroshock therapy, the locking people in cages. And we had no idea what we were about to learn, so buckle your seatbelts. I'm gonna be posting this interview in its entirety on the channel this weekend, but for now, here are some of the highlights from our talk with a former nurse at Central State.
My name is Tracy Tyree. I am from Milledgeville, Georgia. I am 34 years old. 42. God almighty, I am so sorry.
So what do you do right now as a job? That's how we started our conversation.
All right, here at this building, Bostic, I do either in the kitchen as dietary, or sometimes I am on the floor as a correctional officer.
And what is the facility?
It is Bostic Nursing Center. It is where they house prisoners. It could be anywhere from criminally insane, people on parole. They can't be released because loved ones are deceased and they can't get out of the system, so we house them here.
And what's the environment like in there nowadays?
With the coronavirus, everybody is on lockdown. They are no longer to have visitors. They can't leave the building. Normally their curfew is about 12, so everybody stays on their own ward. Some days are good, some days are bad because they're cooped up. I mean, it could be anywhere from a smell to a noise to another resident fighting, and they just all get into it.
Kind of high stress?
Yes, very. It really is, because nobody could go anywhere. They are in a long hallway. That's all they have.
You told us before also that you used to work at Central State in some of the buildings?
Yes, I worked at Central State. I was in the Craig Center. That's for children. It could be from an accident where they choked on something. Some of them, the littler children, there was one in there that the mom put bleach in the milk and thought it would kill the baby because she was 16, but you know, they're usually a vegetable. So the Craig Center is mostly children. I was in the Allen building. That's criminally insane. Anywhere from, they could be in a room with just a slot for the trays, or they could actually be in a cage where they could be watched.
And what did it feel like in those buildings before they were shut down? What was like the general kind of energy?
Yes, the higher the floors you get, the more like chill bumps you'll get. You'll be paranoid. You think you're being watched. It's really not very comfortable. You totally always have to watch your back. Really couldn't even have pens or pencils. You couldn't have anything on you. It was high security. So it was a very intense. It definitely was not a laid-back, comfortable feeling at all.
Were there any people that were committed that had interesting stories that you can remember?
One of the other co-workers, it's almost like the movie Hannibal Lecter. You could make an easy mistake. If somebody has a pin in their pocket, there was one incident where the guy grabbed it through the cage and stabbed an employee in the neck with it. A lot of cannibalism, a lot of pedophiles were in there.
When you were working there was cannibalism?
Yes.
In what regard?
As far as killing people, putting the meat in spaghetti, bodies found in freezers, in their yards, skin hanging up. It was really uncomfortable.
And those were the people you were treating?
Yes.
Working to treat?
Yes.
What were they like? Were they somewhat normal, or were they kind of keep you on edge?
They keep you on edge. Just the way they look at you, the way they talk, it really made you nervous.
Was it a general kind of sense of stress between employees? Like it was kind of known to be just a high, stressful environment to work in those buildings?
Yes, absolutely.
But you enjoyed it?
I did enjoy. I try to help who I can help. There's some that you really can't, but at least you could offer a word of kindness or treat them with respect. I've always liked risky jobs, I guess you could say.
And nowadays those buildings are shut down?
Yes, all of them.
How does that make you feel to see that?
Relief.
Really?
Yes.
For what reason?
I don't have to go back in there.
Really?
I don't have to work night shift. I work night shift. So it's a whole different thing when everything's quiet and the stuff that went on there. You know, people were getting killed, people were getting mistreated. It was a very scary atmosphere at night. At night, there's not as many people as there is day shift, so you really have to watch out for your well-being. You always heard something. There was always something around the corner, always something calling your name, or felt like you're being followed. It was very stressful. So me and a friend of mine went in there on Halloween. We had badges to get in. The other floors, of course, you think you hear doors creaking, footsteps, you're basic. The higher you went...
Can we, real quick too, can you explain what building you're talking about?
Oh, of course. It's the Allen Building on Central State grounds. It's right next to the Green Building. The higher you get up, the more your body lets you know something is not right. You know, it's the tightness of breathing, your hands start sweating, and it's different and it's hard to breathe. It's so strong. The air is very heavy. We were going down the hallway, about the third door in, we passed it kind of quickly, and the light started flickering. You could hear the generator like it was starting, and it sounded like when somebody was in there. So we went forward. Our mind really couldn't process what just happened, so we stepped back. At that time, we didn't see anything, but you could smell smoke. It was a really foul smell, and so of course we ran out of there really quick to gather our thoughts to see what happened. But as we run down floors, it's almost like you hear prisoners scream, like cups being cleaned on the bars. After that, we were in the parking lot probably a good 30 minutes just looking at each other to figure out what in the world just happened. Did we see what we seen? So we all parted ways. I had went home, took a shower, made sure my kids were getting ready for their stuff for school and homework. When I went in the shower, I lay down in the bed. I was very uncomfortable as far as laying there. I tried to close my eyes. So when I opened my eyes, above the door frame, it was almost like a gargoyle-looking creature. His arms were backwards, his legs were backwards, like almost like holding on to the door frame in the corner of the wall. I remember specifically, it was gray, you could see the dark, but when it opened its eyes, it was almost like a reddish orange color. You could definitely feel you were in danger. So I had left my room, running down the hall to check on my kids because I really wasn't sure what was going on. The kids were fine. When I was working my way back through the living room, I had a satellite, so it's not going to cut on by itself. The TV would come on, it would just be nothing but blue. So I would turn it back off. By the time I got in my room, it had turned itself back on. So I just unplugged it. In my kitchen, for some odd reason, there's a big mirror in the kitchen, which my bedroom was connected to the kitchen. You could see a black shadow. I could definitely tell he was wearing like a top hat, just standing there. I had tried to go in my room, could not unlock my door. So I went to my youngest son's room to check on him because he was a baby at the time. I could not get into his room. So being in the military, being correctional officer, I did get my gun out because I was really going to shoot the doorknobs off because I did not know what was going on. So when I reached up to point at the doorknob, all the doors had opened, and that was about it for that part. You know, you're normal, you hearing laughing, you think you're hearing kids. We have got on recording different type of growls. So we ended up having to leave that house. Couldn't get nobody to come into it. They knew the history of it. We couldn't get no help, so I moved me and my children out of there for our safety.
Wow. Can you also talk about the kind of devices that are left at Central State? Because we didn't really get to cover those yet.
Okay, sure. Nobody really understood mental illness back then. So they had different devices that they would put them in to punish them. There is a wooden box that has just holes. It's enough for you to be in the fetal position. That's about it. If they continue to scream or misbehave, they had the same type of box, but it had spikes on it. They have the table there where they did electric shock to see if they can't make people better. They have, it looks like a coffin, but all you have is the eyes, where you can see the eyes. They'd put them in there. In that building, it's alone. The only really thing you get is like the smell of urine and feces because they were left in there for, you know, days or maybe a couple of hours. A lot of them didn't really have clothing on. They was just in halls. I mean, it was really sad. They didn't understand mental illness, and they tried to torture them to see if they could get them to be better. They would really abuse them and hit them. They would punish them by not feeding them. It really was sad.
And did you ever hear of any abuse when you worked there?
Nobody really talks about it. Everybody is hush-hush and under the table. Nobody really says anything. But you do see it. I've always reported it. They said they would take care of it, but it was really never taken care of.
This was, what years did you work there?
I worked there from, 1997 till 2005.
But at the end of the day, you worked with a lot of good people too, and there was you would say, an actual attempt to help people?
Yes, there was another nurse that worked there. She really put a lot of effort into it. She really cared about them. You know, we always made sure that they were dressed nice, their hair was brushed, taught with respect. Not every shift was like that.
And what's your best memory from working there? What's like a really positive thing you have to say about the experience?
The excitement that not only does the adults have, but the children. They recognize, they might not communicate to you, but they recognize you when they see you. Their hands will be hitting. If they're in wheelchairs, they get excited. They'll jump around, they'll hit the tables. Some of them will point because they know you're there to help them.
Did you have any other people that you worked with that had any sort of paranormal experiences?
While I was there, I heard stories about somebody's hair being pulled, somebody being touched, doors being slammed on them. A lot of them didn't like to go in the basement for supplies. They just always had like a rotten egg smell. It was like a sulfur smell. So that's where a lot of the neglect come in because everybody was scared to go get the supplies they needed. But majority of us being touched, hair pulled, or hear their name being called and nobody being there.
And this was when the building was active?
Yes.
People were having a lot of activity consistently?
Yes.
I can only imagine what it must be like in there now since people can't go in legally.
Yeah.
And haven't been able to for such a long time.
Before the end of the shift, we do a walkthrough to make sure everybody's where they're supposed to be. I always check the shower room, make sure nobody's hiding. They will play hide and seek sometimes. You can walk through there. The water will sometimes turn on you. You'll be yelled at to get out. And it's so close, it's almost like you could feel the breath in your face telling you to get out. This is my home. You could be in the cafeteria. Sometimes then they had gas stove. A lot of everything was on gas. Sometimes it will be on, or it will come on when you're walking there. Trays will fall on the floor. People serving, you know, you put your spoons, you get everything ready. They'll fly across the room. Refrigerator will open. You come in, glass will be everywhere, plates will be everywhere, broken. It's almost like somebody took their hand and just went down the top of the serving thing. Glasses will break. Sometimes the resident may be drinking something, and it has been where it has busted in one of their hands. Toilets being flushed, names being called. This really about it as far as I have personally seen.
Wow, but I mean, that's like an insane amount of activity.
Yes, it's really bad.
Do you think management did a good job administering the actual buildings and the care of the patients?
Absolutely not. If we ever had an emergency, a lot of times they wouldn't answer the phone, or they'll get to it, or write a report, but I've never seen any changes. I'm just shorter staff.
And do you think that that's kind of why the buildings were eventually shuttered?
I would have to say that. Yes, I'm pretty sure, you know, when the insurance people come in, Medicaid people come in, that's when inspections started coming in. I'm sure that had a lot to do with it.
And you said you started believing in the paranormal when you were serving.
Yes.
Can you talk about that for just a minute? Because that's so... Thanks for the service, by the way.
Thank you.
Of course.
They used the children to have bombs to come and kill us. I hesitated. Like I said, I was a kid myself, and I hesitated to shoot them. It's not something I wanted to do, but it was either me or them, so I made that choice.
Wow. So paranormal activity has really kind of followed you.
Yes, and I
life.
really have not been able to find out why.
So as somebody that worked at Central State, you believe that there are things that happened there in the past that they really don't want to talk about and never really recorded?
Yes. They've closed it out, so almost hush-hush. Nobody knows nothing. Nobody wants to say anything. So you really can't get anybody from the small town to talk about it. But I don't mind. I know what I've seen. I know how I felt. There's no reason to be scared of it. Share your experiences, because some people might think people are going to think they're crazy or laugh at them, but it's really not like that. I try to get people to open up and talk to them, because you can almost tell the difference in their face. Something's wrong. Something happened.
And you think that people are kind of afraid to talk about what they experienced because it was such a big employer?
Yeah. You know, you didn't want it to get back to the main people. You definitely didn't want to talk about it, because at that point in time, like you said, it was the main thing here in Georgia, was Central State Hospital. You didn't want to lose your job. You didn't want nobody to think you're crazy. You just kept everything to yourself. And you definitely couldn't talk about Central State outside of work. You know, you signed papers, waivers, everything. You did not say anything.
And you would definitely consider Central State to be haunted?
Absolutely. Guaranteed.
Well, great. Is there anything else you'd like to add? That's my hand is literally going numb. That was such a good interview.
Wow.
So later that night, we wrapped our interview with Walter. We went in and checked in at our Airbnb, and Jeff and I went to go have some fried chicken. We've been eating low carb this whole time, so we had just not a healthy meal, but a low carb meal with the chicken. And we came back to the Central State Complex. It was about 7:30, 8 o'clock at night, and we instantly set out to set up our static cameras that we were going to leave inside some of the buildings that we were just not allowed to get into. And I want you to remember that we weren't allowed to go into one building inside of Central State. Not one of them was opened up to us.
Okay, so where are we gonna head to?
Okay, everybody, so we got these safety vests on because we had to go through a whole process to be able to film here at the Central State Hospital. These are for security guards so they know that we're with the film crew and whatnot. And tonight we are just given unprecedented access to this complex. It's 200 buildings, absolutely massive, but we only have exteriors to film. So right now we're going to start off this investigation by going to 2 different buildings and placing static cameras inside of broken windows, and we're just going to let those roll while we investigate the exteriors. So it's very creepy out here. Once again, if you appreciate what we do on the channel, you can either help support the show by purchasing a piece of merchandise from our merch store. He's been wearing our merch in almost every episode of this series. Here's our face mask. We got the Paranormal Files official mask right there. It's pretty badass.
Real cool, actually.
Or you can become a patron, and we're posting this whole trip. We've been posting stuff every single day from every location, months before other people even know what we're filming, where we're filming, or some of the evidence that we've captured. So those are 2 ways you can help the channel. I do this full time as my job, my career, so every little thing helps. You guys do. But anyways, let's buckle in and
once again,
head to building number 1.
None of this is to support me, so people know I'm actually contributing quite a bit all the time to help with trips and so forth. So just so you know, I'm just here to have fun with Colin and help him.
Well, without further ado, let's head out.
Should we stop?
Yeah.
And go look. There's a window. You want to leave that running? Here's a flashlight.
This is so f***ing sick. Oh man. Oh yeah, you can really feel that cold air, man. Let's go over to that doorway. Man, this has got very, I think we could get murdered here vibes. Oh yeah.
Oh, June. This is kind of nice. The stairwell?
Oh, yeah. This would be a great place for a static camera.
Is there a way that we can somehow... We can't really reach a rent pod now, can we?
No. Let's go look at the front real quick, and then we can decide to put one here or in the front, because there's a really,
we've got
really...
2. We should leave a REM pod at one of them. That's a good one to leave there, I think.
Same. I agree.
That would be a fucking total... And these are on bright. Okay, let's go.
So we've isolated a few places where we can put the static cameras. Very, very creepy. We heard movement inside the building. I'm kind of sad we didn't bring the camera. But we're going to head to another building now and see if there's another static camera spot. So we left the camera in the car, but we did find this massive opening right here in the building. We're trying to decide.
Well, it's obviously boarded down. We can't go in.
Yeah.
Obviously, we're under the agreement that we don't do any inside entry, which we're not going to.
But we could put a camera right here because this is technically outside.
Yeah.
Eerie building over here for sure. Look inside of those windows and look at what you see.
Wow, look at that.
Yeah, look at this chair in here.
Oh, a chair there too. Interesting.
Yeah.
Possible. We could put a REM pod right here.
Yeah.
That's an option. Go.
We could also put a REM pod in that other hallway.
Over there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's really cool.
Grab it when we start investigating over
Okay,
here.
it should be sitting right here so we can shoot in here.
So we're here at the other building. We've decided we're gonna set up this static camera right here facing this open doorway. And we're actually gonna start the investigation right here. But I'm gonna turn on the static microphone, roll on it.
Can you maybe reach the REM pod just from the door? I thought you were going in, just reach and like I'm not gonna go in. I'm just gonna set it up here. Look what it's done. I mean, it was doing nothing.
Is that you in there?
What the heck? I mean, what would that be? Can you stop? Can you stop? Man. Can you stop? Please stop and show us that you're there. Are there many of you there?
Oh my God.
Okay, what?
Focus.
Dude, I mean, it's kind of crazy. I mean, I just approached it and started to go off like that.
Just randomly.
So what? Look at what is. Can you stop? What if we walk away a little bit? Walk.
Oh, dude. What?
Okay, we're gonna walk. We're gonna walk away. I mean, I don't get it.
Neither do I.
I mean, it wasn't doing that. It was already on when I walked up there. Okay. Wow.
We're gonna just start off by investigating this whole building as a whole. This is the closest that we can get. Is there anybody here in this building? Can you make a noise if you're in there?
Anybody here? Were you over by the REM pod? If you are, make it go off again. I mean, why stop now?
Just step over here. Is there anybody over there in this building? Is there somebody in here? Can you knock on something, move something if you're in there? Let's move over here. How about over here? Is there anybody over here in this building?
Anybody in here? Make a noise. Is this the chairs?
Yeah.
Hello? That was a good shot.
Can you grab my hand?
I got a shot here. Oh, we didn't really even go back here.
What the hell is all those police sirens?
We don't have anything else. This is really...
Hello? What? What the hell? It's like a police chase. It's really like a police chase going on over there.
There's a car. They're chasing a car.
No way. Oh, there's 3 cops. It's a police chase caught on camera. What the hell? Is there anybody in any of these buildings?
Leaving the static camera shooting right there. Ready to take off?
I'm ready.
Let's go to the other building.
Yeah, okay. So after Colin and I set up the static cameras, we decided to really explore the exterior of the buildings. You know, it's really creepy, actually, obviously, as you're going to see on film. And looking in the windows, the broken windows, especially the open doors that were broken down, I wish we could go in because it looks really creepy. And overall, it's just, if you were here, and especially in darkness, it's really creepy.
So, at the end of the day, as you can see in that footage, that's it. We didn't really capture anything that night at Central State. We didn't really manage to get what we wanted. We didn't feel that energy coming from these buildings because we couldn't get inside any of them. They didn't let us into a single one of the buildings. And so, after that last clip, we really thought that that was going to be the end of the night, and it really essentially was.
You know, we thought that was the end.
Or at least we thought that that was the ending. But in reality, that was just the very beginning. Okay guys, so we actually just shot those interviews. We didn't think that we were gonna have access all day to a building. We're actually inside of the chapel right now. There were tons of funerals that took place in here.
Wow.
So you think something followed you home from this specific place right here?
It's never happened to me before, ever in my life.
Is there anybody here with us? Can you let us know where you are? Boy killed. Walk towards the sound of my voice.
There it is. 666, yeah?
666 in the church.
Is that why you were sent to the asylum? Because you wanted to kill a boy? This thing is like right behind us. I'm a demon.
All haunted places have a story to tell. It can be tragic, it can be scary, and it can be very dangerous. This is Colin Browen, and these are the Paranormal Files.
Hey everybody, my name's Colin Browen. I've been doing this for years, literally, since I was a kid. There's a video of me running through a cemetery as a child wearing a Gap hoodie and some denim jeans. But this video is different. On the night that we're filming this interview, we are at Central State Hospital in Georgia, a massive complex of asylum buildings that was once the largest asylum on the planet. There are over 200 buildings, 200 in this complex. And obviously, as you know with asylums, there were years, decades of suffering that took place here in a lot of these buildings. There were suicides, violent incidents, abuse, rampant abuse, which is why most asylums in America were shuttered. And this almost entire complex is abandoned. But it's truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to be able to investigate Central State. And we were there all night tonight. We've got some pretty scary stories to share from what happened tonight.
Hey everybody, Jeff, aka Papa Spooks, Colin's dad. I do these trips with Colin for fun and to support him, and this happens to be the first asylum really that I've done with him so far. And right when we got here, it was really creepy for me. I felt like, man, it's massive. First of all, decrepit, vines growing on the buildings, and just a creepy feel all over the place everywhere we went for me.
We came to the Central State Complex. It was about 7:30, 8 o'clock at night, and we instantly set out to set up our static cameras that we were going to leave inside some of the buildings that we were just not allowed to get into. And I want you to remember that we weren't allowed to go into one building inside of Central State. Not one of them was opened up to us.
Wow. Yeah, this building is insanely large. This is fucking creepy too. This is whatever this is huge.
Wasn't that the prison?
I don't know.
I think it was something.
There's like too many buildings here, literally.
Yeah, I think this was the... this is the wing. Don't you think?
No, I don't think so.
There's nothing here. That's kind of going to be a good place, actually.
I gotta agree.
Yeah, let's just look.
Maybe the work pickup. Man, oh, what the hell? Your car lights just turned off. Oh, did you turn the car off?
No.
What? Well, why did it do that?
What do you mean they turned off?
Your lights just turned off. They've been on every time we got out of the car to do this. Think about it. What would that be?
How would I know? The admissions office. Look at this. They admitted.
Wow.
That's a really cool sign.
This is such a spooky place. Yeah, I think we're gonna be good on the other two locations. Mm-hmm.
Look at the drapes.
Oh, eerie.
Just like abandoned, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Weird. Let's go back and place the cameras at the other places.
Okay.
You see though, the lights turned off.
Yeah. Weird.
Yep. This is our building right here.
Are we gonna investigate now?
Okay, so we're setting up the static cameras over here. Security came and we met you, and you had a story to share about paranormal activity that had happened to you, or what you assumed you had experienced here at this building. Can you kind of just introduce yourself and tell the story?
My name is Brandy, and I work for Dynamic Security, and One day I come back here and I kept finding the window open and I was still in their steps. And I decided to climb the steps and take a picture to show how they were getting out of the window. That night I went home, didn't think nothing of it, was babysitting my grandson, and we were taking pictures. After my daughter come home, we were looking through the pictures, and this was in one of the pictures. You can see the hands around me. And just so happened that was on my father's birthday, and he's been dead about almost 4 years.
Wow. So you think that that's possibly related to you going to the window taking the photo?
I do. It was one of the only times I had ever messed with the Jones building at all. I've never been over in the windows or stuck my head in. That was the only time.
How'd that make you feel? A little eerie?
Yeah, I just hope I left it at her house.
Yeah, right.
You know, when I went home, I just hope it stayed there.
Right.
And so, yeah.
Well, I'm glad that you're watching our back when we're here. Good to have you.
Thank you.
Can you show me the window where where you took the photo?
Yeah, it seemed like every day I was coming over here still on steps. And if you can see, I broke boards to keep them from going in, but this is the window. And I just I climbed up to take a picture to show my boss how they were getting in and out. And that's what happened.
Wow.
So
you think something followed you home from this specific place right here?
It's never happened to me before, ever in my life, so.
But it did right here?
It did, mm-hmm. It did.
Wow. Let me see what this looks like in here. Ooh.
Can you see the steps?
Oh, jeez.
You look straight down.
Oh yeah, there's the steps right there.
They're still there?
Yep.
Yeah, and they were on the outside too, and so that's what I was stealing.
So that people couldn't get back in.
Mm-hmm. Because this building's really dangerous.
Yeah, understandable.
And so,
all right.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, y'all have fun.
Thank
Y'all
you.
let me
We will.
know when y'all's video
Yes,
comes out.
we will. Oh, yeah.
How crazy I look.
No, not at all compared to us.
No.
We're the lunatics
Believe me,
here.
I'll be safe out here.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'll stick your head in the window.
No. Okay, everybody. So we have got our static camera. We're gonna go set this up so we can start filming right away.
You can get a good reach.
So we're gonna leave that static camera rolling right there all night inside of this building and then begin investigating the exteriors because that's all we got. So let's do it.
So after Colin and I set up the static cameras, we decided to really explore the exterior of the buildings. It's really creepy, actually, obviously, as you're going to see on film. And looking in the windows, the broken windows, especially the open doors that were broken down, I wish we could go in because it looks really creepy. And overall, it's just, if you were here, and especially in darkness, it's really creepy.
Oh, listen. Huh. What the fuck? It's like right over.
How about something? Do you want to do anything here? Listen. It's like dogs.
Okay, so we're at the second building of the night. We just investigated the other building for about an hour. Nothing happened on the exterior really, but we're over here at building number 2 with the static camera.
It's kind of weird. Anyway.
Is there anybody in this building, in Jones? Is that coming from in the building? Is there anybody in here in the Jones building?
Very cold in here.
Hello? Who's in here? Is there anybody in any of these buildings?
Why are those dogs going berserk all this? I mean,
I don't know. Probably the police.
yeah, I suppose. Yeah.
Is there anybody in this building? Is there anybody inside of this asylum? Why does that sound like a person? You know?
Yeah. Huh.
Hello?
I have a camera right here and a microphone. If you make a noise or anything or appear, it will show up. Please do.
Please do.
I'm pleading with you.
That was funny. Please do.
This stuff's really dirty. I don't get it. I don't know. This place is so massive.
It's like I'm hearing movement inside of this building.
I just thought I heard something there, but could we ever try an IR light?
Okay, so we've got infrared now. Jeff, why don't you just ask some questions into this hallway?
Void.
Yeah.
Hey, it's Jeff and Colin here. We've come to say hello. We're not here to harm you. We're here out of respect. We know this is your place. But can you make a noise or say a name or anything that would show up on this device, which is, you guys I'm sure know what they are, camera.
Hello? Is there anybody in this building at all on any of the floors? So, we've been doing the exteriors of these two buildings for hours now.
I'm just telling you.
Here. Well, we just had something weird where the camera just stopped recording and shut off by itself in the middle of me talking. But we've been here for a couple hours doing the exteriors, and I think we're just gonna call it right now. So, yeah, we're gonna head back to our hotel room now. So, at the end of the day, as you can see in that footage, that's it. We didn't really capture anything that night at Central State. We didn't really manage to get what we wanted. We didn't feel that energy coming from these buildings because we couldn't get inside any of them. They didn't let us into a single one of the buildings. And so after that last clip, we really thought that that was going to be the end of the night, and it really essentially was.
You know, we thought that was the end.
Or at least we thought that that was the ending. But in reality, that was just the very beginning. Okay guys, so we actually just shot those interviews. We didn't think that we were gonna have access all day to a building. We didn't think we'd be able to get inside. And we tried to frame that to look like a building that wasn't on campus, but we're actually inside of the chapel right now. This is in the historic quad right next to a bunch of asylum buildings. And this is a very, very important building on the campus, built in the 60s. There were tons of funerals that took place in here, weddings, lots of energy that flowed through the walls of this building. And churches often have hauntings of their own because they're so spiritual. People come here to connect to the other side, to talk to loved ones who may have passed on, and that energy oftentimes sticks around, but we're gonna get right to it. We haven't even been inside of the building other than this hallway. Let's find the upstairs and start ghost hunting, man.
Yeah, remember it's a 3-part system. Oh, okay. To your right would be where they'd have the Jewish and Muslim. Oh. And this would be the central chapel. Wow. Oh my gosh, here we are. Wow, look at this, Colin. This is beautiful. Wow. Oh, I do too. I can feel vibration. Wow.
And you gotta remember too, a lot of the people who would have been attending services here were patients themselves and their energy. A lot of them probably died, maybe even had their funerals in here and they're buried on campus.
Oh, never mind, I'm sorry. I thought I heard someone behind me. Can I put this bag down? Look at this. This is like a pulpit, like, old time. Wow. And no disrespect here. I mean, we're allowed in here.
Yeah, people don't usually get given access to these buildings.
You just be really careful. Thanks. All right, I'm gonna keep rolling, or?
We've set up motion sensing lights through this main aisle, through the pews, and then a couple of motion sensing little balls. And we're gonna use this REM pod right here. And let's go IR. You wanna turn that off?
Yep, a second.
It's eerie in here. Put it down.
Okay.
No pun intended.
Yep, no, right.
It's almost like I feel like there are people sitting here.
We're getting some like feedback light here. What? Oh, it's your reflector vest. Yeah, I would take it off. Yeah. Here, I'm gonna take. Can you hold this for a second? Okay. Somebody here?
If there's anybody here in the chapel, can you come walk towards the sound of my voice?
Dude.
Keep going if that's you.
Oh.
Keep coming, church is in.
Okay, I have the full body. Again, vibration. I haven't had it all day. All my ears are ringing. If you're here, can you light up something, one of these balls or the lights to come down the aisle towards us? I feel like you're here. We're not here out of disrespect. I just saw a little light in a pew.
Do you believe in God?
Man, I'm dizzy. I don't know what the heck is going on here.
Hello?
I hear that.
Follow the sound of my voice. That's very eerie.
Yeah, I mean, this is now a spot for me that I definitely have feeling again, like it's thick again for me, like energy wise. I'm not sure what it is. It's hard to tell if it's happy or sad or.
Did you have your funeral here?
Like they'd be sitting right here, Colin. The casket would be sitting right here. Can you walk down the aisle here? Come on down.
Someone that's What's really active is the area back here.
Behind you.
With the chaplain's office.
I wonder
this
if I'm
hallway.
I wonder if I'm not getting like from here.
Let's go over here, man.
You know?
This is eerie.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
That's the chaplain's office down there.
Really?
Why don't you step down a little bit and ask a question?
A second.
Oh, I feel cold right behind me.
Okay. So, point 8.
Really?
0.3. 0. Is anybody here? You know, we're friendly. 30.
No way.
Wait a second. I want to go by this just a minute.
Please.
I thought it said 34.
3 plus 4 equals 7, the angel number. 7's the angel number. 3 and 4.
I know. Okay. Wow. It said 34 like that. Oh my God. This is like really creepy back here.
I know.
How far does this go back?
It's not
Is
very
there
far.
stairs here?
Yeah, that's to the stage.
What the heck? Oh my gosh. This is creepy.
This hallway is eerie right here, man. Hello? No, there's a knock. There's a knock.
No, I heard that. What? Did you hear that?
What?
I got a knock.
Yeah.
Oh. It's a distant knock.
I feel so much energy.
It's kind of weird though that you were like, why do you feel? I feel kind of like more, I don't know, fear, but
Anxiety?
yeah. I mean, I would think like more relaxed.
No. I feel like a heat on the side of my face facing this hallway.
Entry right here. This is where you'd have to, you know, just think if you were back here and you were a minister or, you know, had to speak and you had a church full of people who were suffering in a funeral, they were crying, how much maybe anxiety that you would have as a minister, you know, or pastor before you go up these stairs. I mean, that's kind of the feeling I maybe have of dread or just like...
Man, I'm getting really creeped out from this corner for some reason. Can we get out of this area?
Yeah.
Let's go this way. This is where I came out before.
I didn't know that. Okay.
Oh, this room has loaded energy.
It's creepy behind me. Look, it's 666.
No.
Oh, it just said, it was just 666 right there.
The temperature holds
Let
still.
me get it here. Well, no. So there it is. 666. See it?
Go lower.
There it is. Got it?
Wow. 666 in the church. It's strange.
It's right around 666 right here.
It's also crazy that
Look at 666 right here.
everywhere.
It's staying right here.
It's almost, what a weird number to be reading out of every temperature. 66.6 in this church.
Well, it goes, it flips, but it hits it. You know what I'm saying? Oh, did you hear that? Yeah. Okay, what are you doing? Oh,
Finally, boy, finally kill.
I can't.
Finally, boy, kill. Finally kill, boy.
Okay.
Did you want to kill somebody?
Yeah.
Is that why you were sent to the asylum? Because you wanted to kill a boy?
Kill boy. Weird. It was weird the REM pod went off, you know?
Can you turn these lights on for us? Spirit?
Really?
Kill movie Spirit?
There it is. Oh, there's something over here. Keeps. Yeah.
Truth.
Truth.
Spirit, truth. Maybe they're saying that God is what they found here. Remember how he was saying earlier that patients were forced to do religious classes here?
Yeah. It was rehabilitation. Do you want to move that up? Yeah.
What do you believe in?
This would be the Protestant part of the chapel. And when you go straight out these doors and to the right, do you believe in the Catholic faith?
11, Robert. Robert 11.
Look at that, Robert 11. Show that on camera.
Maybe it's saying he was an 11-year-old named Robert. Are we talking to someone named Robert?
Did a Robert pass away at age 11 and have a funeral here?
Let's go upstairs and do a spirit box.
Upstairs. Huh, that's weird. That was working. You know what I'm saying? Well, there, and it just went off.
Right after we passed?
Yeah, you'll show it. It'll be on camera.
Look at this.
It came on.
This is creepy.
Let's try it. We gotta get that. I want to get to that. Connect to the eggs. We better not.
Yes, we can.
Yeah, I think it looked like. Oh, shit. Okay. Oh, look at that light coming on from here. That's so weird.
And I was just talking about how it wasn't working.
No.
We definitely wouldn't have set that off. You saw me walk.
Well, I would walk by it and I was filming to see if anything would happen. The light came on, so that will be on camera. Are you in the back there? Oh, geez, those are lights bad. Okay.
Just seeing if it's just a light.
This goes off. See, now, why doesn't that go off?
That's very hard.
And that goes off. Yeah. That goes off. Look at Colin. This one. I'm gonna walk in front of it. Okay. It doesn't go off. Okay, maybe it's gonna go off. Oh, it went off. Come on, look at it. Look at it. Again, like when we're past. It just went off. Yeah. I don't know. Anyway. I feel a lot of energy, man. Here, I gotta do this.
I'm gonna run a spirit box while he runs the SLS. Let's do this.
Okay, it's not connected with the hood.
To everybody that has been in here, can you tell us your name, whoever's in here with us? To everybody that has been in here, can you tell us your name, whoever's in here with us? Church music. Did you die here? Can you tell me the name of the building that we're in? Chapel. Chapel. Do you believe in God? I'm a demon.
Yeah.
I'm a demon. Are there demons here at this hospital?
Show yourself.
Colin? I feel really creeped out all of a sudden. Like something's coming around and sitting.
Yeah.
Who are you? Who are you? Who are you?
Are you here?
Oh! You see that?
Yeah. The light flashed.
What the?
The last
flash?
one. The last one.
How does it flash?
I don't know.
Were you a nurse?
That last light.
Flash?
I'm gonna go back there. Yeah. Again. Oh, that one came on. Okay.
Are you coming closer to us?
I feel. Okay. Ooh.
Go back.
Sounded like it.
Now.
Wow. Okay.
Do you not want us in here? Go back. Now.
It's Grace. Okay, what Colin's showing himself, and you're out, like you can show yourself too. Are you trying to manifest out of him?
Is there something evil here?
Okay.
Hell with Jeff, I heard.
It sounds like that.
Yeah.
Okay, this is standing. Are you on top of Colin?
Who are you?
That light came on.
Are you following me right now? Kind of like you followed that security guard home? I'm not afraid of you. I'm really not scared. Come on. Are you trying to act like a demon to scare me?
Show yourself.
Hello?
Back farther up, like back up, he said. Are you going to show yourself? Yeah, I did. I know.
Seems like there's something in here
I have
that
a clogged ear.
it's liking. It seems like this would be a positive building, but well, look, it illuminates when I walk away every
And
time.
the one closest now came on.
And that wasn't even coming on when I was right next to it. It's like this thing is like right behind us, like the woman, how I followed her. And I'm getting cold too. Seems like whatever's in here is pretending to be some sort of a demon or something. It's not good energy, really. It's not.
Why would it be like here? You know what I mean? Like why? Turn it on. Okay, and then. There we go. I'm going to put this down right here on the front pew. You can talk into this.
What's your name? Do you believe in God?
How about all of you show yourself and just show us.
Way down there. See, that's physically impossible for us to set that off.
It's 9 feet. We checked out and measured 9 feet.
This is like.
This is
30?
30, yeah.
Did you die here? Did you suffer abuse? What happened to you when you were here at Central State? Can you tell us that? Oh, man, I feel weak.
Come and show yourself to Colin.
Or if you want to, now's a good chance to come behind me. You can pull on my hair, you can pull on my necklace, you can do anything you want to me. I thought I heard it. Make it loud. So everybody, we're supposed to be out of here by 11. They gave us a grace period, but we don't want to push it because this is such a great opportunity, and we're so thankful that they allowed us into these buildings, well, into this one building and on the campus grounds. So we're going to head back to our Airbnb, which also is supposedly haunted because it is actually a remodeled building that was once a part of the campus, that one of the administrators or higher-ups at the asylum, they actually lived there. It was their home. And we don't know who it was, but there's a good chance that they've already passed on. So when we were in there earlier, I was hearing some things when we were just checking in, so we're going to head over there now and continue investigating. you find any words to these spirits in here?
No, I just, thanks for allowing us here. I was just kind of thinking the chandeliers for a second. That something was up there, but yeah, thank you for allowing us in here.
Okay guys, so I'm totally exhausted from filming all day and all week, but I'm sitting here right now in what was once a house that one of the supervisors or one of the higher ups at Central State lived in. It's been remodeled and turned into an Airbnb. I can assume that this place has some sort of haunting attached to it. I've been in here for a while. I heard a couple of weird noises earlier right when we were bringing our stuff in. My dad and I went upstairs to put some stuff in my bedroom, and Jeff apparently left the building, and I thought I heard him downstairs, and I yelled out, "Hey, is that you, Dad?" And it wasn't him. But I'm just going to sit here for a little bit and ask a few questions and see if anybody's in here, because, I don't know, it's eerie. It's definitely got a weird vibe to it, and also to think about the person who is facilitating, overseeing the day-to-day operations of this facility. It's interesting to think about the kind of headspace that they were in and the kind of mark that that could have potentially left on an environment like this. So I'm sitting here in the main room, the living room. All the lights are out already. Here's the porch. There goes that. About to go into a world of darkness. And as you can see, it is pitch black in here. Let's turn the infrared on. Got my illuminator. Sit down over here. I've also got the Ovilus. Scream Beast Clock. Scream Beast Clock July Crash. I have no idea what that would mean. So I'm sitting in the house with you guys. Did you used to live in this house? Can you come talk to me if you did? So it's the morning after Central State. I've been up getting B-roll, zooming around. Security's come and talked to me, I think 3 times now, but I got this little safety vest. Like I said before, I'm wearing the exact same clothes. I just wanted to say thank you to anybody who was here in the house. Thank you to anybody that was here on the grounds. It was truly a beautiful night, and I hope all of you guys have found peace, and we're gonna come to the cemetery now. So if anybody's around in this area, come join us where you were finally laid to rest. So to end our time here at Central State Hospital, we've come for the first time in the daylight. We're not trying to make this look scary. It's very haunting nonetheless, but it's not scary. We've come to the Cedar Lane Cemetery on the property where there are over 25,000 patients buried and only a handful of markers. This area is all wooded behind us, and all the burials are spread throughout the woods and the forest, and it's just eerie and heartbreaking, because when you look at that memorial that they've erected with the stakes, you really just see that it's just numbers. There are no names to these people. It's almost as if they never existed, since so many records have been lost and everything. So, and those are only the numbers that they even found. But we're gonna drive through, pay our respects, and get out of here and head to our final place. We're filming for the trip. How does it make you feel?
Well, just it's again a totally different cemetery in the sense that it's for psychiatric patients, kind of nationally actually, like the sign will read, in the sense that, like you said, they're a number. They're not even given a name on their burial, and there was like 25,000 people here, and there's like you said, several hundred, stakes with just a number. So that's kind of a sad thing, but I think that at least it looks like a pretty setting,
you know? I don't know if that, to me, peaceful. But yeah, it's sad when you think about people in psychiatric hospitals in the past were just given a number and just buried, you know, without really any name. So, and there's probably, like you said, a lot more, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And already got a little emotional, cried a little bit. So this is not the typical scary ending, but this is the true Paranormal Files way, where just want to tell you guys, at the end of the day, life is very valuable. You never know when it's going to get taken away. And if you're watching this video, you're lucky to be alive. So count your blessings whenever you can. And hug the people you love. Tell them you love them. You never know when it's going to go away.
They're putting them just out here.
Thank you guys for allowing us to come visit you. And no matter who you are, what your name is, just remember that you'll always be remembered. Don't ever feel hopeless if you can hear this message. But at the end of the day, I hope you all found peace. And we're leaving you with the best energy that we can. And we're trying hard here to tell your story, the real story of what happened to you. So, I hope you find comfort in that. And maybe I'll see you guys one day, because we're all headed there too. But we'll catch you next time. But that's it, guys. Time to say goodbye to Central State. It's been a fun day, such night. Sombering ending, but catch everybody on the flip. Both Courtney and I's phones are dead. It's what time? Can you show? Okay, 12:25. When it hits 1, you guys just come get us. After you. Okay. As you can see, this is really creepy. Hello? If you're down here, we're just coming to talk and hang out a little bit.
this is terrifying. Okay guys, so we're down here underneath the museum in the tunnels, in the side tunnel. Very creepy in here. Yeah. I'm gonna run this EVP session. Is there anybody down here in the tunnels with us? Wait. Hello? What the f was that? No way is this door f***ing shut. Oh my god, I'm gonna have a panic attack. Hello? Well, this door is... Just wait.
Call that.
Do you have a phone?
No, mine's dead.
Mine's dead too. Jesus!
All haunted places have a story to tell. It can be tragic, it can be scary, and it can be very dangerous. This is Colin Browen, and these are the Paranormal Files.
Okay, everybody. So I've got this bizarre, Courtney called it a wedding hairstyle. It's hot out. Mary tied my hair up, trying to protect me.
Show them the twist on this part. Ooh, pretty.
Do I look like a beautiful bride?
You do. Yeah.
Here's Courtney. She just sustained a brutal mosquito bite on her forehead.
Right on the noggin.
Here's Mary. Hi. We're here outside of the Glore Museum. We're about to go in. None of us have been inside yet. Nope. I will say though, it is bizarre that there is a jail, an active jail, prison right behind it. Don't you guys think?
Yeah, really weird.
I've never.
Some prisoners walking the track right
Yeah,
there.
you can see inmates right now walking around outside. There's a lot of mosquitoes. But it is strange. I've never seen an abandoned asylum building inside of a jail.
No.
Have you?
No.
It's right there. This building.
That's
literally. No.
No.
that's in the jail. The prison.
I get what you mean. I was like, what?
Yeah.
They get to go in there?
That's dope.
Interesting though.
Oh, that would.
So
That's weird, though.
we just flew the drone, got some exterior shots. We're gonna go inside now. I'm covered in sweat. You guys ready?
I'm ready. Yeah.
Let's go on in. Oh my god, I'm dripping in sweat actually.
Oh.
I'm gonna tell you guys, just getting the B-roll around here, I'm all alone in this side of the complex. There is a vibe here. There's definitely energy. It's almost like the spirits in this building are calling out to me in these windows. You can see there are tons of windows. Nobody's been in this building for a number of years. It's completely overgrown and abandoned. I have a really good feeling about tonight. As you guys know, asylums, psychiatric facilities, they always have a very strong energy, sometimes, oftentimes, a very negative energy, a very manic, sad, oppressive, angry energy. So I don't know what we're getting into tonight, but I'm excited. It's time to go in. Let's do this, guys. Go for it.
Hi, my name is Sarah Parks. We are at the Glore Psychiatric Museum, part of the St. Joseph Museum, up on 3rd floor.
And what was the 3rd floor?
So the 3rd floor is our old surgery ward. So right now, currently for the museum, it houses all of our patient artwork and a few smaller things like nursing rules and a mock-up of what a patient room would have looked like. Since we are in the medical surgical building, a lot of people want to see, you know, what patients would have looked and lived and had all of their experiences. Unfortunately, we don't have access to those buildings, but we have a mock-up of what they could have been.
And just as a broad overview of the, I'm not going to ask many questions, I'm just going to have you talk, but what is the museum? Because I don't think people are going to come into this knowing why it's...
Probably not.
You know.
Yeah, so the St. Joseph Museum started out as a kids museum actually in 1927, and has over time in St. Joe acquired a bunch of different collections over the years. 2014, the Glore Psychiatric Museum became a part of that. But the Glore Psychiatric Museum was actually made about 1968 by George Glore. He was an occupational therapist and had been tasked with having his therapy individuals make and create original mental health practices from about the 17th to 18th century as part of an open house to try to destigmatize mental health in the community and kind of show people what the state hospital was doing. Kind of grew from there because people loved them. They're actually still downstairs on display. So we've kind of grown the exhibits ever since then, really. And it's really one of the only few psychiatric museums in the country.
And what was this building before it was a museum?
So this building that we're in right now is the medical surgical building. So patients would have been admitted here, given, a physical check over psychology wise, and then assigned to different staff or different wards from there. Also, if you needed anything medically done while you were here, like, tonsils removed, anything really like electroshock therapy was also done here. Our lobotomies were also done here. It was pretty self-functioning because the state hospital was about 3 miles outside of St. Joe at the time. You can't tell that now because we're about in the heart of it currently, but it was pretty self-sufficient because it had to be.
And I mean to say, this was an actual asylum,
Yes.
A state hospital.
Yes. So the campus that this building sits on was part of a larger facility, usually like 13 to 15 different buildings. Most of them are now currently part of the Missouri State Correction Facility. So there's razor wire around all of their buildings right now. That wouldn't have been here until about 1993. So this was originally founded with one building in 1874 as the State Lunatic Asylum number 2. Useful terms in 1800s. Hollywood has done a lot to make those negative terms, so they changed their names a lot. So over the years it was like St. Joseph State Hospital number 2, or just the St. Joseph State Hospital. But yes, up until actually 1993, this was part of that facility for mental health. They moved across the street in 1993 and are still operating. It's one of 5 that we had in Missouri.
So just random question. The prisoners, the inmates, are in old state hospital buildings.
They are. The oldest ones.
Really?
Yep. This is the newest building on campus. This was built in 1968.
Couldn't imagine.
Nope.
Especially if it's haunted over there?
They say it's super haunted over there too.
Really?
So, yep.
Have you heard any stories from people that work there?
Lots from prison guards. They have had a few buildings that they don't even go into anymore because they just get completely freaked out by them. I heard one guard has seen like full apparitions. Are in buildings that were originally wards, so much more probably activity than we have over here. Just functions of the building and age-wise. They have buildings that were built in 1874, and like I said, this one was built in 1960s. So
crazy.
Yeah.
Imagine being in prison.
They have guard housing is the old doctor housing too.
Wow.
So
well, okay, let's start the tour.
All
Go
right.
for it. That's a great introduction.
So this is one of the surgery rooms. You can see we've got nursing information in it now. We tried to keep a lot of the old fixtures, so you'll see that light board actually was part of the state hospital. There's plugs and knobs and switches all over 3rd floor for old equipment. I'll show you a couple in the hallway too that are pretty neat. This is what we call ward quiet, just because nursing is a lot different now than it was then. And a few of the things that we talk about in here too are, about respecting people's privacy and like HIPAA laws, because with the state of Missouri too, any mental health facility records are sealed forever. It doesn't even apply to HIPAA where if you die and 50 years later they're open to the public. they're still sealed. So you still have to go through the court system, which a lot of people don't know. And I really like third floor just because it gives more of that personal connection to people, because we have a lot of the patient art and the nursing artifacts. So they don't become like, you know, 1 in 4 people suffer from mental illness. They don't become a statistic, they become real people.
Mm-hmm.
One of my favorite stories about nursing, though, is a lot of the time it was super unregulated in the beginning. So we have pictures of like nurses with giant like bowls just full of medication and just like passing that out to patients. Super unregulated and terrible, but the whole history of mental health is just a big game of trial and error, honestly. So that's what we'll see when we start talking about second floor too. It's the whole, does this work? No, okay, we'll stop doing that. Try something else.
So are these original?
These are nursing uniforms.
From this building?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and a lot of you'll see like the American Red Cross is a big thing because they just were super understaffed, especially after the World Wars. Psychiatry and like mental health wasn't a like practice like specifically for people. You just were a medical doctor. So especially during the World Wars when people got drafted for those medical reasons, we lost a lot of our staff and had to rely on volunteers. So some of the iffy practices came about then too. Just people weren't trained, we weren't staffed. Original staffing numbers when we opened, first day we had 275 patients. We built it for 250. Peak population had 3,000 people.
Wow.
Yep. So.
Would you think that some of these people who wore like these outfits have passed on?
Some of our artifacts are from people that probably have passed on. We just got in a new nurse's cape too that was from a family.
Like this was worn by someone in the 1940s.
Mm-hmm.
So that's working, so she's obviously probably passed. So.
Yep.
This is interesting. I didn't think about how the nurses would clean.
Yeah.
Like the stairs. Because you don't have that now. You have like
Yeah,
cleaning people. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, they all have definitely kept you busy. Yes.
It's a haunting photo.
That is the original staircase that's downstairs.
Oh, the one that's up in the wall?
That's the one that's downstairs, yep.
Wow.
You think that's haunting? Look at these.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and this is just the first room.
So like I said, most of this is all patient artwork.
Very talented.
Very much so. A lot of people too, that's one of the things, a lot of people just assume that if you have a mental illness, you're mentally disabled. I've had to explain that a lot, that's not always the case. Like, you know, people can have severe depression, anxiety, and relatively function pretty normally and do really well in other things. Like most everybody that lived here had a job on the ground. So whether that was like running our farm or helping, you know, do some other things like our occupational therapies downstairs in the basement, we'll see a few of the things that they made in like our weaving and woodworking and steel shops. But I mean, some people, yeah, probably weren't very self-sufficient and just existed. And that's totally fine. You have that whole spectrum of people. So these are all of these rockers are really original, but this one was from about 1965. So when they started using the fiberglass in the 60s. This metal one was used a lot because it was untippable.
So these were all used by patients in the facilities?
Yes.
Wow.
And they tried to make them, you can see in that picture there, was the men's ward, about 1900. Originally they, you know, didn't really understand that this may be a life sentence for people. They wanted to really have you come in, get better, and then go back to your community. So they made them look like home. So you can see a lot of the stuff is super elaborate, like Victorian style, especially with the staircase downstairs, like they made the building that way. Some people think it like was supposed to help ground you, like have that, you know, comfort, but I just wanted to make it feel like home.
Wow. All right.
You ready to do second floor?
I'm ready to do second floor.
That's one of the original awards.
That's really cool.
So, I guess before we go to the second floor, hauntings on this floor. What are some reports?
So reports on third floor. There's been a lot of EVPs, so a lot of mumbling or patients and or like men, women voices. We actually have had a group that has set music boxes, the ones that are like motion detected, up towards the ceiling, so no one's actually just like walking around them. Near our chapel room up here, and played like gospel music, and the music box reacted a bunch to that. We've had people get cussed out up on third floor before, or told really firmly to get out of here. Yeah, lots of stuff like that.
Wow.
It is pretty dark too, so as we leave, I'll shut off the main light.
Oh, yeah. Behind you.
Yeah. Mostly the level of darkness it will be. So this is second floor. We use this floor to talk about the history of treatment methods. So it does pan around the room and then go back in that.
Let's just talk about all this, I guess.
All right. So we are currently in the original Glore exhibit room. Like I said, George Glore had some patients and he worked on creating these to show the public where mental health treatment really started and how far they had come and what the mission of the state hospital is really doing for people. Unfortunately, a lot of the time in 1800s, it wasn't great. It was mostly restraining people because they didn't know how to deal with them, didn't know what was wrong. And a lot of the time medically, we were still figuring out what germs were. So that kind of puts that in perspective for people. We didn't even know what germs were. We were still bloodletting at that time because we thought your body was controlled by 4 humors in your blood, and if those were out of whack, you were out of whack. So a few of the things you'll notice are just restraints, period. A couple of the things like the water tub behind me were meant to shock people back into their senses. Kind of along the same thoughts of how we think like scaring people is going to get rid of their hiccups. It's just to reset your body to normal. That's what they thought needed to happen. There's a couple things in the wing over here. Along the same lines, there's a sensory deprivation chair. They thought if you took away all of your senses, you'd get back to normal. So they left you in it for a while. You couldn't see or really move around a lot. Some people think it looks like an shock chair. It's not. It's not an electric chair. There's a spinning chair too that was supposed to take all those humors from the middle of your body to your extremities. It really just made people sick. It's a spinning chair. It's like a Ferris ride. A lot of people too will look at the restraints, and this one's a replica, that one is original, and there's one on third floor that's metal, that they're all called Utica cribs. And they would have been used to restrain patients that were harm to themselves, especially at night, or other staff or anything like that, really is why people used restraints. But it really goes back to one of those sections is basically just a prison cell. So a lot of the time, France especially was really known for Bedlam. Bedlam they used as a mental prison, basically, and the aristocracy would actually parade through like a zoo for people, which is terrible. And a lot of this, obviously, we're looking at hindsight and is terrible from what practices we would do, but that was completely normal for them, unfortunately. So a lot of that prison system carried over even into America. Our state hospital system really started getting reformed with Dorothea Dix. Her portrait is downstairs, and Thomas Kirkbride. They were pretty instrumental in transforming how these facilities were created. Dorothea Dix started in Massachusetts and noticed that a lot of the people that had mental illnesses were just in prison, and they were treated terribly in chains and just shackled up and beaten sometimes into obedience because they didn't know how else to deal with them. She was like, they need to be treated like people. We need to have these big institutions and to give them better care. Thomas Kirkbride allowed that to happen in his building design. The main center building, which we only have the centerpiece of it now, would have had 2 wings that extended off in like 45-degree angles, basically. So these places needed lots of land to be able to do that. But that gave each room windows for fresh air and sunlight, which obviously do positively affect our mental health. They're not cures or anything, but having them definitely helps put us in a better mood. But that was kind of their plan, to try to figure out at least a start for better treatment. So as you move through time, there's a swing of, it kind of is a circle of these institutions. They got really big, they got defunded. We tried to do more experimental treatment because we were defunded in lack of staff, and now they're back in the prison system. So it kind of goes through that cycle. We'll look at some of the other stuff. You guys want to see the chairs? They're back here. We also have leeching things, because that's fun. That's the tranquilizer chair.
Wow.
And then this is the one you'd spin in. We have, is he on here? He is. George Glore sat in the chair, and the director of the hospital got to spin him around, so I think he was a fan of that day.
So a lot of these are replicas.
Yes, a lot of these are replicas. Most of the time, because they were either not being used at the time or had gotten rid of. We know of some actual tranquilizer chairs that were used in New York. Most people don't sell them to museums or anything. I don't really know 100% why. Mostly because they've gotten rid of them. Obviously, they're terrible practices. So,
right.
But yeah, most of these are replicas of treatments and stuff.
What do you think is the most barbaric thing up here?
My very least favorite thing is lobotomies, just because it's the most extreme thing we've probably ever done as humans.
And you guys did lobotomies here.
We did. So, like I was saying, patient records and stuff are pretty much sealed. The only information really we have is either from, patient art, or doctor's notes, or treatment practices. We know lobotomies happened because we have procedures for treatment of patient care before and or after that treatment. Same with electroshock therapy. We have those procedures that staff was supposed to follow to prep them, and then aftercare. So I think they've done research, and about 20 lobotomies were confirmed to happen here. I don't know if there's any more or who those people were, obviously. But we did have that, and we have some public record, like some newspapers and stuff would, and some death records obviously have State Hospital number 2 or Lunatic Asylum number 2 on their death record. So we can kind of backtrace a little bit that way. It gets a little tricky with how much information you can get, but about 3,000 or so people we think were buried on site. I can talk to you a little bit more about that in the morgue, because we have headstones and stuff down there.
Wow.
Electroshock therapy is a little different because they still do that as a practice. It just morphed a little bit with how they used it. Originally it was tried to be developed for schizophrenia. Now it's for major, severe clinical depression. So they still do use it, but very sparingly. It's usually if medications and stuff like that doesn't work.
I had no idea that they still did it.
They do.
Crazy.
These were by one person?
Yep.
Oh yeah, can you talk about that too?
Yeah, I can talk about the collections. So, like I said, we have a lot of information just from the stuff that patients left, and thankfully they were collecting those things as part of the museum. So these couple things are from collectors. There's a difference between collecting and hoarding that I like to basically summarize with: if you can get rid of it, you're not a hoarder, because you don't have that emotional tie. So if you can throw it away, you can give it to somebody else, you're not a hoarder. Totally fine. We have a collection of 400 and some odd ties from one individual. The cigarette cases are a little bit different. They were a group project collection. One of the patients was super charismatic, got into his head that there was this national collection event, that if you collected 100,000 cigarette cases, the big cigarette companies would donate a wheelchair to the hospital. This was in the 60s, so obviously everybody smoked. Patients and staff included. So he got 108,000 collected. That's what's in that cage right there. The staff at that point realized that there was no such contest. Bought him one, donated it, let him donate it to his ward anyway. So it's a nice little heartwarming story.
You went through all that.
Yeah. There has been
Wow.
some activity around it. There was more when it was on 3rd floor, so I don't know if it was connected to this or 3rd floor. But there has been stuff around it before.
But these collections collected by patients.
Yes.
That's a lot of cigarettes, man.
Right?
Holy shit. Could you imagine smoking all those?
We also collected coins and soda can tabs too. So
Wow.
just lots of collecting things. So we do talk about vision and EEG machines. So our EEG machine I think is funny. One, because it's not computer based, it's all like pre-computers, so didn't even really know what we were recording on EEGs at the time, so didn't really understand that, like, what the brain waves meant or what the scrolls, any of them really meant. We just knew it was brain activity. They recorded the first EEG in 1924. They didn't identify REM sleep until about the 1950s. So this one has a fun story. A couple of physicians, like really only 2 of them, were trained on how to use it, and they hated each other, so they would hide it from each other all the time. And apparently it got lost in a closet somewhere for like decades and before we found it again.
This machine?
Yeah. So then we talked a little bit about restraints. They did still have modern adaptations to that. So mostly those turned into like mittens or camisoles. Most people know them as straitjackets. But this is a Victorian one. So basically it just looked like a corset. It was made out of really tough material, basically like box springs or bed frames. So you couldn't rip them, and then they sewed them like in a crisscross pattern so you couldn't rip them. Really the only difference between it and like modern straitjackets are modern ones have a tie through your legs so you can't shrug it over your shoulders. Basically just to help move people, because like you and I could move like them then without having too much resistance with someone that's bigger than you, obviously. Dentistries, we talk about a little bit, mostly because they had to be self-sufficient, so they did their own dentistry and stuff like that. But dentistry has had a tie with mental health, so you'll often see a lot of mental patients without teeth or missing teeth. Funny enough, usually if you have like a dental infection or something wrong with your teeth, you also have something else infected in your body or some other ailment. It's a weird connection, they don't know how it works, but it's like one of your first like health sign warnings. The room of ick, which is what our director calls this, because it talks about rectal thermometers and like enemas. Enemas were a big thing because, again, the whole like reset your body. It was to clean out your system. I don't know. I don't get it. Room of ick. That's why it's called that. Hydrotherapy had kind of a development too. It kind of went from that like super intense cold dunk tank to, oh, maybe we'll use the soothing properties of water. Like, you know, hot baths are really nice. And they're really good for people that like have a stressful day. They're just not long-term anything for mental health. So they're not, you know, gonna be they can be a treatment method, but they're not a cure or even a long-term treatment method. We had a gutter system that would simulate like rain sounds every once in a while. So sometimes they would, on sunny days, have like the rain sound come through if they put water in the gutters for patients. Kind of interesting. This is more the shock therapy. This is actually, if you want it later, our info on shock therapy treatments.
Wow.
So
that
is the procedures from the book that they did. So shock therapy, like I said, really started as a schizophrenia treatment. They started with like insulin to induce seizures that way. Super tricky and very unstable. You could have patients just flat out die on you if you don't do it correctly. And it's a very short window of time for you to not do it correctly. So they switched to medication to try to induce those. Still pretty risky. Still had patients like fracture bones under those seizures. It's just they were so intense. So they used electricity as a much more stable way to monitor that and implement it. It still looks pretty terrible, but usually you don't feel anything. But it takes you a long time to re-enter like a cognitive state of mind. A lot of people sometimes can go days without remembering what happened, or your short-term memory really is just kaput at that point. But that's really what it was trying to do, is trying to break those synapses so you didn't have those problems. But as they regrew, obviously that's gonna be an issue because those problems still came back into life. Lobotomies, there's some famous lobotomy patients here on the wall. Rosemary Kennedy is one of them. Pretty famous one. This is why lobotomies are my least favorite thing to talk about. Because Rosemary Kennedy was awake during her lobotomy. Most of them were, at least in like the 40s, 50s. Not originally. Originally it was a very complex, very rarely used neurosurgery. And they had to have an anesthetician, be medically trained to do it, removed very little parts of your brain. That ended up morphing later on with the transorbital lobotomy. So Rosemary Kennedy was one of those transorbital lobotomies, and basically they stick a pick, a lot of people call it an ice pick, through the softer orbital bone right here, and then we'll move it around sideways or up and down. Usually they had, with her anyway, stopped going far enough where she couldn't say like her ABCs. So if she started messing up speech, they would stop, and terrible, terrible thing. Howard Doley is one that we talk about too, because he was 12 when he had a lobotomy. They were really done for a lot of different reasons. They were kind of seen as this miracle catch-all, like, oh, you can have a lobotomy, we'll like fix you. And unfortunately, they had enough success with people that they kept doing them for a while. But obviously, your frontal lobe just completely transforms you, personality-wise. It basically makes you not have problem-solving skills at all. So a lot of people, sometimes they just like turned into a vegetable. And that is not what they wanted out of the system. They wanted, those faster treatments to get people in and out, because we were super overcrowded and understaffed. But unfortunately, it made people just like completely dependent on these places too. More lighthearted note, also in the 30s and 40s, syphilis was a real big problem in mental health facilities, because syphilis left untreated will eat away at your brain. People don't know that because it's super treatable now as a sexually transmitted disease. These hot boxes were made to treat syphilis originally, because syphilis dies out really with you if you have like 104 fever for an extended couple days. These are pretty risky. Obviously, it's like a sauna, but worse. So you could get pretty severe burns that way. So a safer way that they found out was actually to give people malaria, because malaria by then was super treatable. It gave you the 105 fever for a couple days, and then they just treated your malaria and you got better from both diseases. Real weird history for mental health, but
That's crazy.
it's pretty fun. It's just more about lobotomies and some of the instruments and stuff. Phineas Gage is loosely tied to lobotomies because he lived, that's a model of his skull. He was a railroad staff person, basically tamping down before they did dynamite and stuff, or through the tunnel system. But tamping iron went through his skull because they didn't do it correctly. He lived, but it messed up his frontal lobe and completely changed his personality. So it kind of got people wondering, more about how the brain works and all that fun stuff. A lot of the time too, I think it's fun to tell people, like, a lot of what we now think is like pretty common, like we have a left brain and a right brain. Like, most people know that now. We didn't know that until 1980.
Wow.
1980.
And
Homosexuality too. This is Phineas Gage. Homosexuality too was part of a mental illness until 1990.
Wow.
Yeah, they changed. It's called the DMS. It's basically how insurance diagnoses you through the system, because they have to have all those codes to make sure you have the right medical treatment. 1990 was when they changed it. It's gone through like 5 editions at that point, but
So a lot of these tools and relics were used
yes,
in treatments.
yes,
Wow.
yeah. So in the hallway here, we do have more of those like patient objects. Pica is one of them. I moved right past it, but that was actually collected in 1910 by a doctor after an autopsy of a patient. She died really suddenly at like 30 years old. Still a little pretty young for 1910, and they didn't know why. So obviously they had to do an autopsy to figure out why. They found about 1,400 objects in her intestines. Anything from nails to buttons to glass. All of those things were in her at the time of that autopsy.
She ate all of
She
those.
ate all of those things because she had pica. So pica is one of those, it kind of changed in the DMS. So originally it was an eating disorder, now it's more of an obsessive compulsive thing. But basically pica is just you ingest and eat things that are not nutritionally of value. A lot of people during pregnancy will get little snippets of that for like wanting to, eat like chalk or something like that. It's very strange. It has 0 nutritional value, but they still have like that compulsion to eat it. Arthur Kraft is the artist behind most of these paintings right here, and all of them in this room. Arthur Kraft was a Kansas City artist that spent about 5 weeks in our state hospital for alcoholism. So we treated lots of different things. We know so much about his stay here because he wrote a book about it. So we can obviously use all of that information because it's public domain. Some snippets of his book are in here on the wall. He's just been kind of a local phenomenon that's kind of like come back into the spotlight. This is the rest of his room.
Wow.
There's a dedication of his book here, but that's basically his observations of patients or staff. Most of those 2 are patients. I think this one's a staff member.
That's really interesting. It's really like art.
a very well-renowned artist. So that is the book, too. He only made about 100 copies of the book. So they're pretty hard to find. We have one of them. But yeah, he made all of sketches, sculpting. Really, there's a little bit more about him here on that label, but he basically struggled with health problems, mostly we think because of mental illness and like
self-medicating?
Thank you. Self-medicating was pretty common back then with his alcoholism. So
I wonder if he is he a collected artist? I mean, like people have his works, you know?
Mm-hmm. So all of these works, we only have one and it's downstairs. All of these are loans from people.
Oh, there, okay.
So a couple are from the art museum in town. Other ones are from local donors.
These are really cool.
They really are.
Eerie drawings.
There's one more patient thing in the hallway and then we can go
Sure.
basement, tunnels, all that fun stuff. This one's kind of fun. So this was about 1971. A male patient was seen sticking a piece of paper in this TV. And that's pretty strange. People don't just often stick papers in TVs. A couple of the staff members noticed that, called maintenance to, figure that out, because obviously that's not a safe situation in a TV like this, because tubing causes fires and all that fun stuff. They found 525 pieces of paper inside the TV. Most of them were written on anything really. You can see there's like a map of the state hospital here. There's like random sheets of paper. This one is First Thanksgiving from the Pilgrims. There's newspaper articles. So anything really you could find. A lot of them are usually addressed to President Nixon, telling him that he is a state hospital patient and that he would like to be released from the state hospital because the state hospital has stolen all of his worldly knowledge and wealth and put them into boxcars. He lists the numbers of the boxcars. Other things are slightly more logical, like he repeats that there's 365 days in a year. This is my state hospital person, is my therapist. But these are like the box numbers. There's 2 box numbers here. We've had to mark out through some of it because he'll give his social security number. And obviously he's not around really anymore, we don't think, but just in case. But that's
really
his
cool
way of communicating with the world, apparently. It was through the TV.
So what was the purpose of this floor specifically?
This floor would have been doctor's offices. They would have had other patient rooms here, but usually this side would have housed patients and then doctor's staffing would have been through those double doors. So they would have had like orderlies staying up so you wouldn't.
And paranormal on this floor?
This floor's not a lot anything other than people hear sounds, a lot of like gurneys or nurses' shoes, stuff like that.
And
Along this
what's
floor.
that side?
That side is the older side. So that side has a bit more activity.
Is that where we're headed now?
That's where we're headed now.
And is this the side where the lobotomies would have been done?
Yes.
Definitely looks creepier down there than over here. Just standing down there.
Most of our signs are still original, like our keep doors locked is from the hospital. There's, this was a doctor's office, so it's got like his name plaque on it. My office downstairs was originally like an examination room because it's got the big like wide doors for wheelchairs and gurneys and stuff like that. So to our left is our Native American and World War I section right now. And then the other side is our Black archives. So in this side of the hall, there have been shadow figures reported before. A lot of people kind of speculate if it's tied to like our Native American stuff or if it's just because it's the older part of the building. Don't really know. Some strange smells like cigars have been noted over here. We kind of joke that it is our cigar man because he pops up in and out places. In the museum, he usually hangs around staffing stuff and like collections upstairs, which our upstairs is collections. Unfortunately, I can't let you into that because collection space for the museum, right? But it was the old like nurses station is right above our heads, and some of the doctor's offices and stuff up there too, like their staff kitchen. They would have had one on each floor. I'm gonna turn the lights off for you because it's super dark, but
all right.
100% dark.
So these would have been,
Told you, 100% dark.
So these would have been I'm trying to think of like the procedures where they would have been done in these
Yes.
rooms.
So they would have been in the rooms. Usually, as far as I know, historically they would have been this side, like corner rooms, because there's more space. So this room right here on the corner would have probably been one. There's a matching one on the other side.
And that would have been surgeries,
Lobotomies, anything really medically that you had to have done here.
Go figure that this is the more haunted part of this floor.
I don't know. So we've got the tunnels and the basement. First floor's not really usually had anything in particular done. I usually keep it lit for me because I have to work down there. Some people have done like the voice box and stuff, and like my name's come up, or like other different words have come up by the stairs. So more than welcome to like check out the original stairs too, but that's usually the only thing that's happened on first floor.
Yeah, we can go down to the...
You go down the basement.
Yeah.
Original flooring.
It's like a school.
Yeah, it does.
Ooh.
This is as dark as this floor gets. I don't know why this one is on. I cannot figure out. It's usually not on. Cannot figure out where it came on. But this is the basement. So the basement we used to talk about our farm. It's about 5,000 acres. They had everything from a dairy herd to meat, fruit, vegetables, really anything to self-sustain them. Because like I said, hospital was about 2-3 miles outside St. Joseph at that time. So they really had to have their own supplies. Most of the time, the state obviously had like a budget for them to do. Feeding 3,000 people takes a lot of stuff. Most of the time from some of those records, we've noticed that they've actually sent most of that budget back because they were so self-sufficient. So some of the things they made or used, like our horse bridles, anything from like beans and apples. Farmer John, who had a terrible farming accident, has lost a finger. They had an award-winning milking herd that had like state awards for butter. They also sold it to the town if they had any excess. So those are the milk bottles they sold them in. Lots of like swings. There's baby lambs.
And these are wheelchairs from the...
Yes. This one's about 1930s. The caning. Caning was really big in chairs then. So they made all of this stuff as well. Usually metal shop, wood shop, stuff like that. Some of the things later on too, like after the 60s the 1960s is really when like patient rights started to really come around, and like consent and all that stuff. But you also had most of the dying off of these patient jobs because the state then had to pay you to do your work, which is great, but also kind of killed the whole self-sufficiency thing. So a lot of the time, there is still a little bit of it. Show Me Industries is one thing that came out of that. Noma Lights is a real big local Christmas light factory. Some people know it outside the state, but they would have like used some patients to test out Christmas lights, basically. The root cellars are still visible. They are basically flanking the entrance to the prison off of 36 and Farron. So you can still see them from the grounds. This is the autopsy room and morgue. So there are a couple different morgues. This is the original one to this building, and it was still operational into the 90s as like a backup for the city. So there's only 4 here. Autopsy is in there. We usually talk about this space just, you know, how death affects people or was affected at the state hospital. There's a couple headstones in here too. So like I said, about 3,000 patients actually died out here and then were not reclaimed by family. So they were buried out here. You didn't actually have to take care of your own family up until that point. So super recently where the state was like, no, you are in charge of your family. They're only numbered. The numbers corresponded to a ledger with more personal information, but they didn't want that on the headstones outside. So a lot of the time, if you lost those ledgers, you lost all of that information. So that's kind of what happened to ours. They have I think one of the original ledgers have misplaced and or lost the rest of them. So we think there's about 3,000 out in our cemetery, but we don't 100% know. Those headstones are no longer visible either, most of them. About the 80s, the state decided to tip them and fill over so they didn't have to mow around them. Kind of sad. Yeah.
And where is this cemetery?
Cemetery is still on prison grounds.
Wow.
Because it was basically the far corner of the lot, which is still on their side. So.
But you can't visit?
You can only get to about the first 100 of them. There's a memorial, I can show you guys where that is.
Yeah.
But most of it is still behind the fence. And it's still, even though stuff that is open, you still are monitored because it is prison grounds. So you can see some of it, but not all of it. And a creek kind of runs through there too, so they think some of it has washed away. It's kind of a big mess, but.
And there are headstones in here?
Some of them, yep. There's 2 of them, or 3 of them. So that's what they would have looked like.
Just a number.
So would have been patients' numbers, sometimes doctors would have, or staff would have been out here too because they lived out here with patients. So that one's a little bit more descriptive because was a doctor, not a patient. There's a lot of other stuff about like just intentional deaths or accidental deaths that happened here. A lot of that we know, like I said, from newspapers or death certificates. So
What do you mean intentional deaths?
sometimes there were intentional deaths. A couple that I know offhand would have been like when patients got out of restraints, or the one I remember offhand because I just researched it. There was a patient that was transferred here a day and on like mopping duty, and it's when like had metal mop buckets. He hit another patient over the head with a mop bucket and killed him.
So like murders, basically.
Yes, basically. Accidental ones, there have been some weird, a couple of patients like choked on peach pits a couple of times, so that's like one of them. Okay. So it's usually like, oh, this happened at the state hospital, right, that one. So things like that, or a couple of them are like accidental, like they were just infectious diseases because they used to keep their toothbrushes like this in wards. So obviously if somebody's sick on the top rack of that, probably everybody underneath of them is probably gonna get sick. Just gravity and germs. Like I said, didn't know what germs were in 1800s, so didn't really know to not do that for sanitary reasons. They did have a specific building for like an infectious infirmary too, because things like fevers and tuberculosis and all that stuff is still pretty common. They would have segregated them from the rest of the state hospital population.
Is this an original table? Really?
That is our autopsy table.
Lots of autopsies done here.
I don't really know the numbers.
Looks like it was probably used for embalming as well.
This says that patients would hang themselves or set themselves on fire.
There is one that they set themselves on fire, super depressed. So there's, like I said, a lot of them in the newspapers because they're super sensationalized back in that day. So they would write about things like that. But yeah, there was, like I said, it's a little disconcerting for people because there is a like razor wire fence now and up around the buildings, but they didn't have that. And a lot of the time patients were like free to roam around or go into the city depending on your mental state, obviously, and like security reasons, and you obviously had to have evaluations for that kind of thing. They had like out on the lawn all the time. There was big swings that people could use. They had obviously the rocking chairs outside all the time. Accidents like that happen. We have a couple news stories of people actually escaping and then having to be brought back.
Wow.
Yeah. Did they use this also for embalming?
Yes. So that would have been part of the practice. Yeah. So embalming kind of happened later on. Originally didn't have that or freezers to keep you around, so you really were buried within like a week of dying. So as that technology progressed, since we served really the whole northwest region of Missouri, sometimes farther away depending on like how the other 5 were being staffed, you could do things like embalm people for longer for their family to come pick them up. They had like out on the lawn all the time. There was big swings that people could use. They had obviously the rocking chairs outside all the time. Accidents like that happen. We have a couple news stories of people actually escaping and then having to be brought back.
All haunted places have a story to tell. It can be tragic, it can be scary, and it can be very dangerous. This is Colin Browen. And these are the Paranormal Files.
It looks like my brother-in-law is a funeral director.
Yes.
That's what
I've
seen.
Yeah. Pretty much that's what that is.
It feels colder in here.
It's a little cooler. Yeah. Refrigerators are not on. They're not on. People like to lay in them sometimes. One of the main questions that we usually get is like, is it true that most of these patients were women? Not here, most of our patients were men, but we do have like records, I'll show you in this back hallway, of some of the women and like why they were treated here. Like I said, a lot of the time family could originally just come and like drop you off. You didn't really have patient rights up until like the 60s. So a lot of it too sometimes is just like, oh, they were super depressed or like didn't want to do housework. So I dropped her off.
Oh.
So yeah, it was real great. But women and children were housed in the same ward up until about the 80s. The children's unit opened and became a school. It was Woodson Academy for a while, but they had a really big vocation rehab. So there's 2 cars in here that they actually rebuilt and had like on car shows and stuff like that. So that's pretty cool.
So when you say people like to lay in there,
In the morgue, yeah, they I let them move the barrier sometimes and lay in the drawers.
Can I do that?
Yeah.
I would love to.
Just don't shut the doors.
That has been a dream of mine.
Just
to
don't
do
shut the
that.
doors because they may stick.
Yeah.
But yeah, totally fine.
We were in New Orleans at it's called Lindy Boggs, and in the basement there's the morgue, and they had like so many of those, but they were rusted out, and I'm like, I want to do that
Totally
so
fine.
bad, but
It's totally fine. People have done it before. Some
Awesome.
people think it's very comfy. We have a spend the night event every once in a while. Some people think that they're gonna spend the night in it and don't. They usually chicken out, but yeah. So these are the cars that the Woodson Academy redid. I usually point them out because one has a car phone in it, and a lot of our tour groups and like children especially don't know what that is, and it makes me feel really old, but they're pretty cool.
I've never seen a car phone.
It's a very nice historic piece. Get this real quick. Somebody opened that today. Car phone.
Yeah, I have never
those.
seen one of those.
We have those.
Well, yeah, but what are you, 60?
Yeah, but it's so, I mean, come on.
Oh, this dirt.
So all you 90-year-olds out there, I'm a young buck.
And further down is that they also had giant like quilting stuff because they made all their own rugs to like sell or have for their rooms, stuff like that. Like we showed you the straight jackets upstairs, the camisoles. Most of the patients made those.
I just got it really weird. Anybody feel anything right here? I just got like goosebumps really weirdly.
So this side of the room right here that we're gonna go in is basically set up like it was because they basically just left it. In the 60s, it's the physical therapy. So like the ice or hot beds, treadmills, stuff like that is in here. But this is basically a snapshot of what it was in the 60s because they just left it for us very nicely. We've rearranged it a little bit.
So this is an ice bath.
Yep. Yep.
Wow, man. And what is this machine?
It is a weight chair. So you just pull down the levers. It's like a very primitive, just weight chair for physical therapy.
Wow.
So in case you had like an arm injury or something, they would
Build it up.
It looks really weird, but it's basically like anything in like a Planet Fitness right now. Like basically the same material.
That's our gym.
That is our basement tour.
And now I guess, are we gonna finish the tunnels?
So they are across the way here. Also, fun fact, kids under 14 were not allowed into the medical building, which is on a sign outside our front door. So that confuses a lot of people now. They're like, can we really not come in? I'm like, no, you're fine. That's from like the 60s. So we do use it as part of our maintenance now. So we usually escort people into the tunnels just for that reason. This section used to go to the park building, which was like a library. Really, it served like a bunch of different functions. It was a ward at one point because it was separated. So it was a more like maximum security ward for them. Built about 1930 under basically the whole block.
I was like
It was
a voice.
Right?
No, I heard like a.
Built about 1930 under. Built about 1930 under. Built about 1930 under.
And there's no one in here? What? That was loud. Sorry.
No, you're fine. I'm just, like I said, 100% desensitized to this because I do this all the time.
Can you ask if they could make another noise? Maybe if they know you?
I mean, they might.
That would be.
Is that somebody here? Could you make another noise for us? I just brought some friends today. They want to know more about your story. You don't have to be scared. You can make another noise. Nothing.
That was a very.
It was really loud.
Oh.
Wow. It's really loud though. Totally fine. But that's what the tunnels were for. Basically, they carry utilities, but they were also used since it was the whole block. If you didn't want to carry like food or people outside all the time, because obviously it's super muggy today, that would be terrible to walk this whole block. You go underground from building to building. That's basically what they were for. This section, you can always hear me echo already, about the 1980s, early 1990s, had patients come down in this section and paint murals on them. Just part of their art therapy. It's free canvas space, right? So didn't have to, buy canvas for them. I just go paint on the walls. Who cares? So that's what that section is. The other section connects to Woodson, which is the children's ward. It's a little bit more messy. We don't often open it up to the public just because it's used for storage between us and Woodson. So there's some property boundary stuff that we don't want to do on a daily basis for people, but sometimes for paranormals, we'll let you do it, especially for our own overnight stuff. So I'll show you guys that one too. We'll go down the cleaner one first.
Here's what it says, State Lunatic Asylum, right there.
Those were the boilers originally. We still use steam heat. It's great. It's terrible. It's terrible for utilities. It's our original freight elevator.
Oh my god.
So I'll turn the lights on real quick just so you can see all the way down. It is pretty creepy. It's cinder block. So you do slightly go down to, which kind of throws people off a little bit, but the cinder block wall is the prison property boundary now. So they did go further and there's more murals under their property. But obviously prisoners and tunnels don't really mix, so they blocked them off. But this is the section that we have still open, and the patient names are written on the wall here on this plaque. We do know that group from some other staff documents and stuff.
Is that the end right there?
That is the end, yeah, of this section. So it would have originally went down a little bit and then sloped back up into the next building. And that's the white one that looks pretty decrepit outside.
Oh, yeah.
It's that one.
And then the kids area is the other. Okay. Wow.
Yeah. Well, that is very dark.
It is very dark. Oh, so like I said, maintenance. So watch your step. All of our lovely buddy carts. So, caveat with this also, I don't take a lot of people down here because this door locks from this side. Okay. So there is a, I'm going to set the door stopper, which is this lovely brick. Oh, wow. But yeah, if that closes on us, we're locked in there. So we don't usually want that. You just stop, please. Thank you. So this is what they would have looked like. It is very damp. The Woodson had, you can smell it already, Woodson had a water main break, so it is very moldy over there. This is also why we don't take people down, because it's a health hazard. Yeah. So you can smell the dampness, right? Yeah. So, also why we tend to not take people down. But some activity has been reported, especially kid-related things. Marbles have appeared out of nowhere.
Marbles?
Yeah, like plain marbles. One appeared out of nowhere. They like to play with balloons and lights and stuff like that. It is really long. I will take you to our property and then kind of show you up into Woodson.
Awesome. Wow.
So this is still all of our property. It goes under the parking lot. If we look outside, basically.
Now this is cool.
There are side tunnels. See? There's one side tunnel. So this doesn't actually go anywhere. So that's where it starts to like be Woodson's storage, all the school desks.
Oh, that chair's.
The chair serves as our property boundary.
Really?
So there's a side tunnel.
Oh,
that is the back of that. So they would have been basically spider webbed like this all over the place.
Wow.
But this is basically, these double doors are Woodson.
And what is Woodson?
Woodson was the kids' ward. And school for a while. So that's why there's a bunch of school supplies, because it was a school up until about 2002. So it goes all the way through there to basically the street.
Oh, so this is the building that's right next to it.
Yeah,
That
this
looks
is
very
the
creepy.
only. Yeah, this is the only other building outside the fence.
Wow, man.
Put something right here.
Yeah, those chairs are. There's eerie.
Yeah, we usually put them there to be like, this is our property. Don't go any further than that. So we have done that. It's a little creepy though. I will.
Can you shine a light down there? So that goes up into the school?
Yeah. So basically that's the basement of the school. It's only not connected to that side because they were built in the 30s and that building didn't exist in the 30s. So, but yeah, it would have been basically that's the ground level of the school.
And so that school has been abandoned for...
Since 2002.
Really?
Uh-huh.
And why did it shut down?
They lost state funding.
Oh.
Yeah, they lost funding. So the school district closed it down. It was kind of a juvenile detention center, kind of. It's like a halfway between the normal St. Joe school district and if you had to go into the detention center, it was kind of a halfway in between. You lived at the school at that time too.
And it's just empty.
Yeah, it's just empty now. They had slated it for demolition actually for a couple of years now. So.
Definitely looks creepy.
Ping. There's a couple of pings. Like, so you heard?
Do you want to ask one more time? I always love to have people that are here all the time.
That's totally fine. Is anybody down here with us? Can you make a knock on something so we know you're here? I will caveat to this that usually when I'm with groups, we don't get anything.
Really?
Yeah, it's weird.
Do you think that they'd know you by now?
I think they do, and some people are like, well, maybe they know you too well, and they just ignore you, and then don't actually listen to you. I'm like, fair enough. Yeah. Because I'm kind of annoying, so. Yeah.
So I guess in your opinion,
Yes.
well, let's say two things.
Yes.
The place that freaks you out the most in here, and the most active in your opinion.
The most creepy feeling that I get is on third floor. Mostly that's because I walk around in the middle of the night, though. Like, I don't turn on lights here. I just like. But there's like 1,000 dolls stored up in there too. So it adds to the creepy vibe. There's just like shelves of stuff.
So more like attachments maybe and things
Maybe,
like that.
maybe, yeah. And it's, like I said, the old nurses station is up there too, so lots of activity would have been like happened there during the day.
There's something.
Like a shuffle?
Right there.
Oh,
Jesus, I must be tripping out.
And other like reported activity, basically anything I know, I've already told you. I don't have anything personal except up in collection space. This past February, we were redoing the floors on first floor. So we were close to the public. I was still working, trying to get stuff done that like I can't do when the public's here. Like completely rearrange like my education room and like destroy it in the hallway and put it back in. So not really fun stuff to do when the public's here. Can't have that free reign. But we do dehumidifiers. Obviously, it's very humid down here and very musty. Collections cannot be that way, so about 40% humidity. So we have dehumidifiers and humidifiers going pretty much constantly all year, which require us to like fill and empty them. So I was filling them because I live in town. So one of the two that usually is out here to do that when we're closed is basically like second floor. There's different rooms to things. So there's that main hallway, and then there's rooms that will go around a corner for, about 6 feet, and then there's a sink because, like I said, it was like a kitchen area for them, and conference rooms. There's mice collections from it was a church mouse pun thing from somebody. So, but there's a lot of mice on shelves in the hallway, and a ceramic one ended up around the corner on the middle of the floor by that sink that I passed by to dump the humidifiers. Not broken, didn't have his tag on, like, because usually everything we have has a tag. Wasn't broken, wasn't chipped, nothing. I was wearing like a longer sweater that day. I was like, I didn't knock it off the shelf because I didn't hear it. And it's not broken, it's ceramic. It would have, if it fell off a shelf, broken probably on our nice concrete floors. And then I heard lots of different noises that day on second floor because that education room isn't down that Native American side. And about 3 o'clock, I was spooked enough to like, nope, guys, I'm leaving. I'm going home. It's like the only time I've ever been spooked here.
Really? And that was recently?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think we're good on the interview.
All right.
That's perfect.
Yeah, it is. Thank you.
Amazing job.
Yeah.
Okay, so we just finished doing our interview. We are here. It's about 11 o'clock p.m. here in the Glore Psychiatric Museum. And since we didn't really get to look at this area much in detail when we were doing the interview, I just want everybody to walk around and just take a look at all these exhibits. Let's just kind of show people, because this is the famous part of the museum. Like this is a reproduction of a dungeon. A lot of these women have no arms also. This is what? A witch hunt? A simulation of a woman being burned at the stake. Not a very good fate to suffer. The lunatic box. The coffin used during the 18th, 19th centuries. The victim was placed in the device, had to remain in a standing position until they became calm.
You should get in there. You are a lunatic.
These are, displays.
They're reproductions.
But yeah.
I'm just the dungeon. I know the dungeon. Jeez, he's
Just break this open.
No, he needs to go in there now.
No.
I don't think that's gonna open. The bath of surprise, used for calming disturbed patients. The patient was dropped suddenly through the trap door into a tub of cold water. This was supposed to, through a violent shock, break the chain of delusional ideas. So they would drop you from this trap door down into a bath of ice water. Oh, jeez. Someone's losing their mind. Now, what's this fun device we have over here?
The hollow wheel. I'm still trying to figure out how it works.
Unless the patient remained completely motionless, they had to run either forward or backward, and the decision to move was his alone. Any attempt to damage the wheel could be prevented by a shove to set the patient in motion. So you literally get locked in this. Look at right here. You go in through this door, and you're locked in this wheel like a gerbil. And you have to keep running or stay still, and it's meant to calm you, which I don't think would make me very calm.
These are the most disturbing to me. Well, not the most, but these are just
Yeah.
like a little coffin. I don't see how that's supposed to make someone relax.
So this cage was actually used at Christ Hospital in Topeka, Kansas. That's a replica of one that was used there. They would literally lock you in a box.
It's terrible.
Oh, jeez. Right where he belongs. Finally calming down. In the pillory or stocks. In fact, most people know that one. Then you've got the doctor pouring someone. Oh, a douching tub.
Oh, that's a band named after you.
Yeah, it's where you belong. Finally, you found a home.
Colin. Hey.
What is that, you, the douche pouring it on me up top? Dr. Douche? Okay. Yeah. Severe forms of melancholia and hypochondria, including constipation. So if you need to shit really bad, I guess.
What a pain in the ass.
That was good. But yeah, here's more of these restraint cages where people would be locked in. This was an actual cage that was from this hospital. So if you can imagine back in time, maybe one of the spirits that's here with us was imprisoned in this very barbaric cage. It's insane.
Look at this, Colin. They used to stomp on people that they thought were possessed to take the devil out of them. Stomp on them.
You'd get stomped
That's
on.
so mean.
This, oh my god. That looks terrible. It's like a body bag. Restraining devices. Oh, this guy's just locked up. Ooh, it's gruesome. This guy's letting blood. You know, she was saying there were impurities in the blood. Here's the water dowsing, where they would pour water on you to shock you. Over here, they've got a device. The patient would sit in here, and they would basically crank this thing and spin you around until you were sane again. Don't think that would work very well. And then this is the tranquilizer chair. A disturbed patient could be strapped in the chair until they became calm. The chair held arms, legs, body, and head in a state of total immobility, was intended to heal by lowering the pulse and relaxing the muscles. So they would basically try to calm someone by locking them in the pitch black darkness and immobilizing them from head to toe. And even says there, their arms might be lifted and ice water would be poured down their sleeves. Patients' feet might be placed into a tub of scalding hot water while ice packs were applied to the head. It does not seem like something that would calm me down. I don't know about you, what do you think, Mary?
No, not at all. None of these things would calm me down. They will make me worse.
What?
Oh, just the big lion head that was on this building or something.
Oh.
It's kind of cool.
Yeah, this is the lion head from the lunatic asylum.
Wow.
That is eerie. Courtney, go stand by that to show people how big that is. Wow, fierce.
Yeah. Watch out.
Sorry, Mary.
Yeah. Watch out. Oh, sorry. She's too sweet.
Where the hell is Jeff?
Watch out. He'll be somewhere.
You know,
What is that? What are you doing?
I'm just relaxing.
That you're relaxing?
Trying to get in here.
It does not look like you're in a very relaxed position. Looks like you're plotting something. What are you, taking a knee?
I'm taking a knee in protest.
Of what?
Mental health.
You're protesting mental health? You want more people to not receive treatment?
This is how I used to relax in my athletic days.
Oh God! Yeah, talk about douche. I think we found the man that needs to hop in that tub. I wanted to show you guys this bit of the museum with everybody here. Now we're going to move up to the 3rd floor and begin our investigation. This is one of the most active parts of the hospital and the museum. It's a hospital and a museum. And then we're going to move over to down this hallway, way at the end. You can't really see on here, but it keeps going. That's where the lobotomies and the electroshock were carried out in that wing down there in the pitch black. You guys ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, let's go up to the 3rd floor.
Let's do it.
So yeah, we didn't really get to cover this as in depth as I would have liked to have, but yeah, they found all of these items in a woman's stomach. You can see, what is that? Dried like bile? No, that's gotta be like wax or something. Look at that though.
Buttons, needles, nails.
Look at how big long.
453 nails, 40. What the hell? The light.
What
The light just completely died.
That's weird.
Wow.
That had a full charge.
Well, and my light died.
Yeah, when we were in the tunnel setting up the static
my
camera
actual
that just
phone
now.
light died.
Yeah, your
and
phone
then it
light
came
wouldn't
back,
turn on.
After we came out of the tunnel, it came back on. Now it works, but it just shut off. Won't come on.
Well, should show people. This is my brand new light. This should have
Just do it
lasted
once.
all night. I mean, we used it like an hour. It lasted all night last night.
Yeah.
For like 4 hours.
Oh, yeah.
Right when we were filming this
Okay,
thing
I've got
too.
the other light.
Yeah, I guess you should go grab that. But yeah, anyways, 453 nails, 42 screws, 9 bolts, and then a bunch of different things like a nail file, 5 teaspoon handles, 7 prune seeds, 1 string of beads, 52 carpet tacks, 115 hairpins, 105 safety pins, 63 buttons, 136 common pins, I don't know what that is, and 37 needles.
This is just a common pin. Just like a...
Like, how does that... Think about the pain you feel with a needle.
This camera battery's gonna die too all of a sudden.
What? I think.
Yeah, look at this battery is also about to die.
Oh,
And that was just 4 bars when we were downstairs.
So weird.
We have not even been filming 10 minutes up here. But yeah, anyways, we got all the lights and everything now. It's just eerie to think about the fact that all of this came from a woman's stomach who died, who was a patient here And her surgery was probably where she died, you know, was in this building. Because this was the surgical medical building, and she died suddenly, it says right here. Her autopsy was definitely here in the morgue.
For sure.
So if you're here tonight, these things came from your stomach, come out and talk to us. We just want to know why. Ready? Okay. Oh. Look how dark it is up here.
Ooh.
This door.
It clicked.
That door just like.
See
We
if
just had
it's-
the crap scared out of us.
See if it's open. Like, can you open it? Like, did they lock it or?
It literally just clicked.
It's not like someone clicked the knob on it. What is this place actually? Can you shine a light? Oh, did you guys hear that? Did you hear that? It was like a breath. Okay. Heard like a breath back here.
Just now?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go over here. So we're just sitting here right now on the 3rd floor because our legs kind of hurt because we just walked around for like two and a half hours straight. To anybody who's here, if you died here during a medical procedure, if you can hear our voice, we're inviting you to come talk with us. My name's Colin.
And Jeff?
I'm Courtney.
I'm Mary.
We don't want to hurt you, we just want to talk to you. So if there's anybody here, can you let us know that you're here somehow?
Did you see the light flash?
I did. I saw
Did you?
Yeah.
So, can you come out of the rooms into the hallway and show yourself, make a sound, touch these lights?
Hello?
Again, can you come out of the rooms? Show us that you're here. Make some sounds. Play with the toys we have out. Please.
You don't have to be afraid of us. We're here to help you in any way we can.
Hearing like movement down there. Are you down there by the rocking chairs?
Old cigarettes.
You smell cigarettes?
Yeah, like cigarettes. Like, you know, someone that smokes.
Really?
Yeah, like how you smell. I have patients that smoke and you buy them. And overpower. They smell like smoke.
Remember she said there's the cigar man?
Oh, that's up here?
The whole building, she said. I don't smell
Definitely
anything.
smelling.
Do you smell anything?
I'm definitely smelling that. So if you are the cigar man that goes all over the building, evidently, and you're here, can you make some kind of your presence known by, again, sound, playing with any of our devices? I can definitely smell it. That is exactly what it is. You know how you smell like a cigar and you can kind of get like stuff in your nose? In your head, you get like a frontal headache. That's kind of what I'm getting from it. It's that same feeling.
That's funny that you smell like, because I don't smell anything. It's really quiet up here.
Come on, cigar man.
I'm going to turn the Oculus on, by the way.
Consonant
Remove. Consonant remove. What do you want us to remove? Almost just got kind of colder. You feel it? It's like a chill on my skin.
Hey, cigar man, I think it's you. You've got it. You're still here.
Are you over there near the wheelchairs or the rocking chairs? Can you use your voice and tell us your name? Lamb.
That's the lamb is usually like biblical. There's a church right here.
Oh, true.
Is that where he's at?
Are you in the chapel?
Man, I'm just looking, my nose is burning.
Mine animal. Weird that it said lamb and animal. Remember, a lot of these people worked on the farm?
Adjective, solid.
Adjective, solid.
Channeling,
Channel, shove. Do you want an animal? Do you want a lamb?
I also read somewhere that a lot of the patients, they were taking stray cats and stuff to help ease their minds.
They had a farm with lambs too.
Yeah, true. Yeah, there's a picture of a lamb downstairs.
Is that the church? Cigar man, if you're around here, come and talk to me. It's creepy. I'm gonna get out of your way. Soon cause gag.
Soon cause gag?
Right.
Are you gonna choke us?
Is this the door that clicked? Yeah, it is. Are you in this room? Are you in this room? Us power.
Us power? I keep hearing stuff from behind us.
Down here.
What do you mean by that?
Oh, jeez.
Sorry.
Yeah, maybe Jeff didn't do that.
Oh, yeah. It's going in that door.
Oh, it's going in the church.
I'm gonna leave it there.
Paranormal Soccer League. It's almost a goal.
Are you in here? Are you in here?
Children.
Children up. What do you mean by that? Children up. Where are you?
You kind of have a Jesus-like pose with your arms out unintentionally.
I guess.
Like, come, my people.
Who's here? Please come out. Come out in the hallway.
Remember, guys, we're in the pitch black just to show you all. Here's what we see. This is, you're looking at Courtney and Mary right now. Or just Courtney, I guess. I can't even see. It's so dark. You guys want to walk down near the wheelchairs?
Sure.
Nona. Look at
What?
Nona. Look at this.
Nona.
Quick, before it goes. Does it say Nova or Nona?
Nona.
Nona.
Oh my gosh.
Nona Messenger wrong.
Oh.
Wasn't
Nona?
Sally the other day making
Remember that?
a
Yes.
comment
The
about
messenger's
Nona?
wrong.
Oh my gosh.
Like the devil, like in the Sally house.
That's really cool because.
Ed. But Nona, messenger wrong. Like remember the Sally House was
the
trying
demon at the Sally House was not correct.
No,
Right,
that's
exactly.
right. He said mother will die.
Yeah.
And that.
Does anybody know Ed? Anybody connected to Nona with Ed?
Satan.
Oh. Satan.
Wow, could we be experiencing what that guy did? Like from the Sally House, remember?
Yeah, where it follows them.
Follow.
Maybe.
That's weird it would bring up Nona. I
Yeah.
mean, Nona?
Yeah.
What
all
is
names.
Nona?
That's your mom.
That's,
Yeah, my mom.
by the way, that's,
61.
I'm 60. I'm the one here that's 60.
Mm-hmm.
Rule.
One rule.
What's your one rule?
Yes, we're waiting.
Conditions.
Conditions?
Conditions. It's kind of like a rule, this would be a place that definitely would have rules.
And conditions. Adjective again. Really? What'd you hear?
From behind you.
Oh, it's a gag. Mini gag.
Is there somebody down here in one of these chairs?
It sounds like marbles.
It does.
Jeff, come down here.
That's creepy.
Sounds like marbles clinking together.
Down here?
It's down there.
You just stand right here. Can you keep making that noise?
Arrived.
Arrived.
Yeah, arrived.
It said arrived mad on the ovulus. In a haze.
Unlock.
Unlock this door that Courtney just tried to open that's locked.
We don't have the key for that. We can't unlock it.
Where are you in this building? It's crazy though when you look at even last night when we were at the McIntyre, how the REM pods were going absolutely crazy.
It just said eerie ahead.
Well, and even you call
Nana.
That's what somebody would call like a grandma who would be in here, you know?
Right?
Right.
Did your loved ones call you Nana?
Son.
Said the sun.
Soul. Linger.
Soul linger.
Sun, soul, linger.
Oh my gosh.
It's interesting up here, but
Yeah. Oh, the ball's going off, guys.
what?
Ball just going off.
Right when we went
Yeah.
into the chapel,
Yep.
Courtney
I've
said
got
she
it.
wanted to come here into the chapel.
I still kind of feel something calling to you. Oh, this ball again.
Look, the ball again.
Okay. Okay, there. That's fine. Weird. It's staying on. What in the heck?
I've never seen it. Oh, you hear something right there?
Yeah, there's a click.
Did you want us to come into the church?
I've never seen it do that.
Me either.
Oh my god.
That's strange.
I mean, we've used these balls zillions of times. Okay. It just doesn't do that.
Do you believe in God?
When you were a patient here, did this room bring you some kind of peace?
Right.
What the heck?
That's right.
Look at this thing. Can you make the other ball go off or make this light go off? Any other ones? If we're stuck on a loop, you know what I
Something
mean?
going off down there?
Oh, we don't have anything over there.
No. What was that? Did you hear? Yeah.
I didn't hear anything. Oh. Can you tell us your name?
What?
Leave it.
What? It said what?
Do you like to kneel down on these when you pray?
Drunk.
Drunk?
Mm-hmm.
The artist, remember, was here for being a drunkard.
Were you an alcoholic?
Maybe he came in here and prayed. Guys, I smell the cigar smoke again. What's that? Scar Man, are you back? Is that you?
Angry. Whores.
Are you mad that we're here?
What did you do for an occupation?
Thurifer.
Thurifer?
An acolyte carrying a censer, so a religious term.
Weird.
Really?
When you ask what your occupation is,
Whoa.
it's a
That's
religious
weird.
job. A
Huh.
thurifer. Yeah, you guys want to go down to the second floor? Okay, well, thank you to whoever's in here.
Jump.
Jumped?
Did Faye jump?
There was a bridge.
Remember I just
There was bridge
yeah,
on here.
bridge and jumped. Remember I just said, did you take your own
Uh-huh.
life? Oh, the air conditioning shut off right when I said that. Did you take your own life by jumping from a bridge?
There.
Northern.
I think it's Cigar Man that's here, up here.
Do you come here because you feel bad about how you ended your life?
Okay, I don't get it.
A lot of religious stuff. Satan, thurifer.
And remember earlier it said that
Really?
the soul lingers.
Mm-hmm.
And like in the rules of Christianity, if you kill yourself, you technically don't go to heaven.
Yeah, maybe it's a
So
grandma
maybe
that's
their
concerned for
souls-
her son's soul.
Yeah,
'Cause-
like the soul's lingering. Look,
Did someone you love take their own life?
I'm pretty sure downstairs in the morgue it said that people would jump from windows and jump like they would jump to their death from the
Contrition.
building.
Ooh, contrition.
Oh, well, we're here. That's another.
Malevolent.
Oh, another all in this religious term.
Older.
What is all that
Something
sound?
just
Yeah,
starts
this thing.
creaking all around
Over
it.
here.
Alright.
Sometimes that can happen. Look at.
They're both going
Both of
on.
them.
Let's just see if it settles in.
Are you filming?
Yeah.
What the? Look at that.
Did you capture that one over there?
And think about it. We were just up there for what, 40 minutes, so they didn't go off once?
It's going crazy.
Let's see if it stops.
Okay.
That one went off.
Yeah, that's. Oh, okay.
Oh, jeez.
Okay, there's definitely something here.
Now, what the hell? How can it be completely.
Okay, I'm gonna try to
Quiet.
get this on, Colin.
Yeah.
That's really weird.
Do your Dawson runs.
Jesus. Okay.
Okay, just leave it.
If you're here, can you make that stop?
Can you show yourself?
There's some movement behind you.
I know, I heard that.
Well, you guys saw that upstairs this was not doing anything, and then we brought it down here. Both of them went off. This one.
Oh, there's a, okay, hold on. There was a